Good morning, OTC fam. What's up, guys? Happy Monday. How's everybody doing it? Is ADT buying back their stocks? I believe so. Hyde, we had some news on that on Friday, I believe. I'll get to that in just a minute. Good morning, my lady. Ron D, drive safe out there today, my friend. Crypto investor, good morning, good morning. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Hyde passing out that coffee. Love to see it. Love to see it. Junk Savvy in the house. Germ Corp, my friend. Thank you so much for that amazing conversation yesterday. And I will have that out to you guys as soon as possible. A lot of stuff to go through, but thank you and Birdie and Enzo. Just an awesome thing. CBS Frog. Good morning, CBS Frog. Great to see you. Hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend. Ready to turn that music on. Thank you, my lady. Grumpy slipping. There you go. Mr. Santa. What's up, Santa? If you check out the gains section in the Discord, you could see some of the moves Santa made last week. So cheers to another week of the same, Santa. Let's do it. Turn this music down a little bit. Oh, it was truly our pleasure, Germ Corp. Man, I was blown away. You threw me off my game right off the jump. You've got an amazing history, an amazing, it was just awesome, and it was really our pleasure. So that's the guy. So that's we seen the market actually kind of rally over here on that, Mr. Burry, and good morning. And it wasn't so much on who they got in. The headline that raised eyebrows over here was Boris Johnson stepping back, and talking to people like Birdie, like Germ Corp. I didn't think that Boris Johnson had a realistic chance. So I'm just kind of going off how they spun it over here. I think they put a little fear into people and then pulled it back. Oh, that's I thought I was underplaying it there, Germ Corp. I thought I was underplaying it, my friend. No, just amazing wealth of knowledge that you have, and so appreciative of what you're able to share with us, buddy. We just awesome. Yes, sir. Possibly if Jacobs, this number 28 right here, keeps playing the way he is, we might have an MVP on our hand when we turn this season around. 2-5, we still got, or 2-4. 2-4. We still got a ways to go, but we're getting there. Yeah, and so those guys kind of broke it down a little bit to me, how that whole thing takes place, Mr. Burry. And the election process being a little bit different over there with this situation. So still a lot of worries out there with that. We got our midterms coming up, but hey, it's Halloween week. Because Halloween's next Monday, I figured we wouldn't go a full week. So maybe Power Hour will start the Halloween festivities. So don't be disappointed. I had to represent after a big win like that. I had to dress up as a Raiders fan this morning. Lobo to welfare. What's up, buddy? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. And we're gonna bring some of what Enzo's looking at to you in just a minute. I see him getting his charts ready, and we're going to see what he thinks of the market. Enzo, how you feeling?
I feel like I'm on a hot plate.
Got one foot in the frying pan and the other one in the pressure cooker?
Right, something like that. I feel like we're getting just fed right now. And I can't get over the feel. I just can't lose the feeling. I feel like we're getting fed a bunch of information that is worth a whole 5 cents. In retrospect, it's not worth anything. I think there's a good theatric going. I'd like to look at a couple other things this morning, but right now I think that essentially this is going. I want to say that this might be bullish. Not in the long term, but even against all of this news, it seems like it's just very one-sided to me. When it's very one-sided, it kind of seems like a sports bet where all the money's on one side. Why not just take it over this way? And see a lot of people get hurt that way, but I'm genuinely looking right now at the market as a whole, still complete disaster, if you will. But I still think there's definitely more downside, but I could see them taking this to the upside very quickly against us, just trying to hurt everybody that's got those 350 to the 370 area or so on the SPY. It looks like it has the support, so okay. If it does have the support, I'd like it to keep going. But if it starts falling through key levels, then I'm going to just gonna wait for it to find a bottom. I still have my bottom of of the SPY, roughly 324. I could even see 280.
Randy, good morning, Mr. Stogner, Mr. Arctic Fox, Alaska. Great to see you guys. Good morning, Jen Matt. I know that was a tough loss, but you've got to be encouraged, Jen Matt. CMC is going to be dynamic there. They'll figure it out. I don't think you got much to worry about there. But great to see you. Hope other than that loss, you had a great weekend. Well, and do you expect today to be a calm before the storm as we get into a wild week of earnings?
Not only a wild week of earnings, but we also have CPI data, GDP data.
Yeah, I think that'll come in better than the last 2 quarters. I mean, what happens if it comes in negative? Do they say, well, 3 quarters of negative GDP isn't a recession? So I don't think it will, based on energy prices cool in the last quarter. I think they probably, but the downside is the strength of the dollar. Our exporting isn't happening. People aren't able to buy our goods. So
I don't mean to interrupt, but look at the volume on the SPY. 6 million on that candle. It's a 1-minute candle.
Similar to what we've seen on Friday with that, what was it,
that
12
was
million?
12
million?
12 and less than 5.
And the good old-fashioned 5 things to know this morning. I always like to take a look at this. Earnings is the big one. Earnings number 1 with Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon, amongst others. Let's see, GM, Coca-Cola, UPS, JetBlue, Boeing, McDonald's, Comcast, Southwest. So ton of earnings, mostly Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Number 2, Xi tightens his grip on China. Yeah, we all seen what's perspired over there with him getting another term, and with the old guy getting escorted out. Number 3, UK Prime Minister race sorts itself out. For a minute there, it looked like Boris Johnson might actually come back. Blah blah blah. So that was kind of how they were spinning it, and that's why they're playing the angle here Mr. Glitch of not really focusing on the guy that they got in, but of the guy that didn't get in. Number 4, U.S. slams Russia over dirty bomb claims. I'm not going to buy into all of that. And then number 5, this is something we might like. Black magic at the box office. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Warner Bros. Conjured quite the spell at the weekend box office. The superhero flick Black Adam scored the best opening weekend for any movie since July. A whole 2 months. What the hell? With a $67 million domestic haul. I'm sorry. Usually when you're going to put something like a best of something, you usually go back further than like 2-3 months. But nonetheless, $67 million against a $200 million budget. Looks like they're on their way to success. Oh, and one more thing. There's a lot of talk about when the Philadelphia Phillies win the World Series, the economy tanks. So you can look into that. Look into that as well. And that is your 5 things to know today. Mullen announced a small EV commercial delivery. Interesting. That one slipped by me. Let's see. Oh, and they secured the exclusive distribution rights to iGo EV in the European markets. So I'm not seeing where the deliveries are set on that, Daniel, but big article here. So Mullen announced it has secured exclusive sales, distribution, and branding rights to the new compact urban delivery electric vehicle, the iGo, which is fully EU standard, homologated, and certified for sale in select European markets. Perfect for European markets, the iGo bridges the gap between the growing demand for quick deliveries and space constraints found throughout the dense cities of Europe. There's a high demand for ready-to-market urban delivery vehicles in Europe. The company has seized the opportunity to extend its branding and marketing reach to the European market through its partnership with the manufacturers of the iGo. Which is big. Because I know that's somewhat of a process. I'm not exactly familiar with it, but we watched another company go through that kind of almost similar to like an FDA approval over here, getting the approval over there, especially when you're dealing with EVs that have to fit certain specs and all that good stuff. Pauline, good morning, Pauline. Great to see you. Hope you and Stanley had a great weekend. Stanley was making me drool on myself Saturday night, sending us pictures of that food he was cooking up. Good Lord. You had Santa over there breathing heavy. It was tough. It was tough to be teased like that. So that was kind of out of nowhere too, Daniel. So let's look. Mullen with a up 20% in the pre-market at 45 cents. We seen a wild end to the week for Mullen last week. I love it. They have a good PR company hyping a golf cart. Beautiful. Guten Morgen, Birdie Hunter. Guten Mittag, Europe. China falling apart, but hey, let's pump the U.S. markets again. Yeah, China tech was getting hit, but then we had some big sell-offs. You got Neo down almost 10%. Deploy the sunshine and lollipops. Yes, Germ Corp. Well said. So you raise a great point. You raise a great point there, Mr. Burry. And I think that may play into a bigger picture of what's going on here. And I don't know if this is a worldwide thing. Birdie touched on this as far as companies like Uber over there. So what we're seeing here is legislation to basically get rid of gig jobs. So instead of if you work for Uber, instead of going and doing what you do, you would now be an employee of Uber, which, you know, opens you up to health benefits, things like that. So if these companies are going to have to start doing it, it may be cheaper for them. And I'm only looking at it like this. There was a reason why taxi cab companies deployed taxi cabs and didn't just have people driving their own cars all around picking people up. So maybe with this legislation, we see a forced shift to companies like DoorDash, companies like Uber, outfitting their own kind of fleet, which would probably be cheaper than fully insuring everybody's personal vehicles, things like that. Now, again, this is just speculation, but from what you're saying there, wow, excuse me, possibly that's the outlook. And to even take it another layer deeper, possibly the reason that Mullen can't really say what this is because the company is preemptively doing this. So, for example, say it was DoorDash. If Mullen was to release that news, that's going to send shockwaves, maybe not through the market, but even myself, that would raise an eye to me too, because I'll do that on the side. So I think that would raise shockwaves for the business of, okay, what the hell's going on? Things like that. So something to look for. 12 minutes before the casino opens, guys. Oh, I lost your chart there, Enzo.
You did as well. It forced that update on me.
Okay, gotcha.
I will be back early.
So going to be an interesting week because these earnings are the earnings, the kind of earnings that move markets. When you're talking about Google, when you're talking about Meta, so play everything tight, guys. We'll obviously try to get you guys the most updated information. Streamlabs went back to sleep. Well, we're gonna take care of that for you. I think I seen him right when I put the stream up, Ron. I think he may be recovering because I know his wife was out of town, and he was living his best life with the kiddos over the weekend. There may or may not have been Halloween costumes involved. I'll never tell, but I'm sure he had a great time. I love it, Randy Stogner throwing those numbers out there. Market makers want to take SPY to 386. If they can't, and it breaks, it can go to 368. And if they can't hold that, then it's headed towards 354. Love it, Randy. What's your thoughts on that, Enzo?
I think that's mostly correct. I think they're probably going to stop us at the 381.
Okay. All right.
What's going on with the social meme stock sentiment brigade?
So I need to dig into some of the stuff that Charles sent me overnight, but as far as possible AMC buyout, I have to admit I just have not had time to look deep enough into it. Monday mornings are always a little hectic, but Charles sending me some great information as far as what would happen basically if there was any kind of consolidation, merger, or conversion of the AMC with or into another company by a reorganization, Both APE and AMC will be immediately converted to cash or stock equivalent in the new company before the reorganization date. So, something that I'm telling myself is an amazing thing, but at the same time, I don't want to get over excited about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a great way to sum it up, CBS Frog. They dropped SEC filing that had language that had allowances for a buyout, and then kind of the implications of what could happen if that buyout was to happen. So the buyout of AMC by a bigger company with automatic conversion of APE to AMC, and then conversion of shares to cash or new stock equivalent. Anyone short AMC must close their position, or they would be forced to at the conversion date automatically. Buyout news forces a MOAS event. But then here's the question: will Adam Aaron sell the 5 billion APE shares at market price, allowing shorts to close the positions? So I love that that's included in there, Charles. Not that it wouldn't have had credibility or anything, but I think seeing that it's not just a set in stone thing that this happens, that some of it still does hinge on Adam Aaron, I think lends a little bit of credibility to it. Hey, Mr. Burry, you know what? I know you know what you're doing. You know, as far as having to liquidate a little bit, hey, you got to do what you got to do, my friend. You're still fighting the good fight. Yeah, here I am feeling bad. Yeah, headed off the Bali. Yeah, enjoy. Oh, PHG new CEO plans to cut around 4,000 jobs following falling sales and after a massive recall slashed around 70% off the Dutch medical equipment maker's market value. So, continuing that trend of big layoffs.
Yeah, but last week we saw layoffs and the price go to the upside.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the kind of business, right? Like if you look at the talk around Twitter, that headline got thrown out there. Elon plans on cutting 75% of the staff. But even on mainstream media, they're kind of just like, well, there's probably a bunch of people there that aren't doing nothing. It's probably going to be beneficial for the company. You know, there's so many things to take into consideration when you see layoffs, especially in these companies that have methods of automating employees. You know, you don't want to overreact to a company that's laying off 4,000 people and losing any productivity out of it because they've automated, they've streamlined whatever they've had to do to make it. It's not just, hey, we only want to make a third of the products, you know, most of these places. So always something a little bit below the lines. Like Google's the same way. Google, we seen massive layoffs there. It didn't really seem to affect the stock because I think people know a lot of these companies are bloated. A lot of them have, unfortunately, people that they don't need, and whether it's that people have just become outdated or, again, if they've been automated. You know, these companies aren't stupid. These companies, the minute that the world shut down, I mean, I'm sure that they were already in preparation, but, you know, why wouldn't you want to be prepared for another situation like that? You want to have things automated. You want to have things where on the drop of a dime, people could either work from home or, you know what, an algorithm can do those people's jobs. So
Weeble is trying to kill me. I'm trying to get this stuff up for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
They made me go and reset my entire thing.
Yeah, I told you that's my lone kind of gripe about Weeble is just I mean, I guess it's a good thing that they do so many updates, but I don't like when they force them, and I don't like when it clears everything that you're doing, especially when they force an update on you at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Junk Savvy dropping all that good news. Oh, where to start?
While we have a minute, can you text Bree?
Yeah.
Thank you. Tesla wants to drop under the 206. If it does, it'll go 203.55 and look for a bounce there, but I'm looking sub 200.
Tesla to sub 200. Short Neo and Baba, Randy. Yeah, they're both. Well, Neo dropped all
Netflix
the way
might
down
be
to
a great.
$9.75. Neo right at around $10 right now.
Netflix is probably going to peel back to about 250. Apple more than likely will come back down to the 140s, sit there stagnant most of the day. If it doesn't go straight to the downside, I'm looking for Tesla to hold right here at the 205.70 or 205.30. Excuse me, 205.58, 203.55. And if it does not, we're looking at downside probably through that 202.50.
Oh, Disney World hit with lawsuits over access to parks from season pass holders. Interesting. And then we have the Google lawsuits. I think those we'll talk a little bit more about those later with Eric Schmidt on the AI committee awarding out AI money. Big conflict of interest there. So you got that. You got Google's earnings Tuesday or Wednesday, but we'll get the exact date on that. 1 minute, guys. Actually, not even 15 seconds. Remember, as always, keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay. Let's start the pre-Halloween week out right with some green. And there we go. Hills Bills. Good morning, Hills Bills. We are off to the races, guys. Give me a second to get things updated.
Tesla's coming down. SPY's coming down with it. Unless SPY wants to be the one to hold. But there is a total of 2.5 million shares into the first candle on the SPY.
And where does it want to go? The SPY coming down a little bit, 375.50.
I'm hoping we go directly to that 202.50 and stop.
Yeah, you know me, Randy. He's still waking up, man. He got caught up. Streamlabs was watching that game last night, got caught up. Neo falling under that $10 mark. So Neo down. Is the short the way there, or do we wait for this bottom? Is there that much fear with kind of with this regime in power for what is it, another 5 years? I simply don't know. I know Mullen's got a huge green candle on it though. Mullen up 30% now. Where are you at, Martin Apollo? 40. Are we gonna hit that 49-cent mark? 48.88 on Mullen. Almost up 30% here on the move. Another stock on the move right now. IMPP up 11.25%. Right almost at the exact same levels as Mullen. 48.8 cents on Imperial Petroleum right now. Yeah. So that's another thing, Junk Savvy. I think it's going to be downplayed. And again, I understand why. I think it'll be downplayed going into, the midterms, and hopefully they do come out with a resolve. But from what I'm understanding, it's coming down now to sick days, and some of the people wanted wage incentives against the more sick days, and the people that wanted the more sick days, I think we're holding their ground. At least that's what I'm understanding on it. But I believe that the other unions will back the ones that potentially could be going on strike, and I think it's November 18th, maybe November 18th or 28th. I know it's later down the line, the first time that they can actually go on strike. Mullen doing its thing, Gem Matt. Arctic Fox, and it's tough. It's tough too because it's still, I would think the company is still profitable at some point, but it's just so tough to know what's what with what's going on in China. Still got SENS. You know what? I still like that SENS for the long term. It's beat down right now, but I'll tell you what. I would look. So I would find, and I'll give you this information once I see it. I would find their earnings, and I would play a week before into Senseonics earnings, because maybe the last 3-4 earnings around that, taking the FDA approval one out of consideration, because we know how that ended. We've seen a run up. And then we've seen, because earnings always have to be so forward thinking, we usually see a drop into the next earnings, and we've seen that since the last one. It ran up to where were we? We were up 225, 230-ish. So I got out the last run up, and I was able to get out with a profit again. Yeah, I know you like the product, and I know you like the company. I know, like I said, it's so tough to wrap, because this is the thing, Arctic Fox. We can get some BS in a good way, some good news out of China next week, and see NEO run up 30%. You just don't know.
Tesla needs to hold 203.03, or the SPY is going to break down.
203.03.
Yes, sir.
Good call. Where we at on it right now? So fighting right around there, 203.09. And remember, guys, when he says needs to hold a certain number, if it drops within a couple pennies of that, don't get alarmed yet. It's when you see it hit that and bounce back the other way. Am I correct in saying that, Enzo?
Yes, 100%. You need candles to start closing above and below.
Gotcha. Bitcoin, another weekend where I think that narrative of Bitcoin being less volatile than the stock market kind of holds true. Still sitting in that channel between 19 and 20. Not a whole lot of movement. AMC not seeing any movement. You would think blockbuster movie. Now, I'm not saying what did it do. 68 million in the box office is making or breaking AMC, but you would expect a little bit of upward movement. But after the last week that we had with Ape, a little bit of retrace isn't the end of the world. 259 on Ape, down 3%. AMC down 0.75%, 644. And GameStop down 1.5%, 24.94. And Mullen cooling off a little bit, still up 23%. At 46 cents, pretty much right around there. Same thing with IMPP, pulling back to those 46-cent levels. So we've got, across that top 10 in the S&P, we got Apple down 0.18%. Microsoft up 0.75%. Amazon right around even. Tesla down 4%. So what do you think? Tesla's bouncing back up off this? What was it? 203.03? You said, Enzo?
No, I think Tesla's getting rejected again.
So 204.98. Tesla down 4.5%. Google's both up slightly. Nvidia down just a hair. Berkshire up 1%. Meta down 3%. Going to be interesting to see how Meta plays out into their earnings. And United Health up just about 2%. You know, I gotta claim ignorance on that one, Birdie. I missed that, but you know, I was preoccupied with the Raiders doing what they were doing. MOTS up 35%, 216 now for what is that? Modus. You know, I think it could, Michael Burry. What seems to happen with Mullen is they seem to get all these catalysts shoved together. So we got, what is it, later this week, the 26th to the 28th? Those demos. Now you get this news coming out of Europe. It's almost like it's too much, too big, too fast with Mullen. And I'm not saying that that's the end result. It just feels that way sometimes when it's like, oh, opening a new plant here, buying this company there, doing this here. How about we deliver a car? You know? But it seems like interest is definitely peaking in this. And with the money recently kind of being pushed out into the EV sector. Now, we had the infrastructure deal, or the... yeah, I think that's from the infrastructure deal that money's coming from. So we had that passed months ago. But just now seeing some of the money coming out, and I think it was a couple billion of it that went to EVs and stuff last week. And it's not always necessarily that Mullen's getting those subsidies. It's, you know, when you see the administration behind a sector, the same way that we see the administration against the energy sector, you see them on board with the EV sector. Usually gives a little perk. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like following Mullen. It feels like you're trapped in a rave inside a chart, wrapped in an enigma, Mr. Burry. It's crazy. And AMC's gone green. AMC up 0.69% at 653. Apple gone green. Microsoft holding green. Amazon holding green. Tesla's still falling, down to 204.16 now. Both Google's red, Nvidia now down 0.5%, and Meta still down 3.5%. What else we got? Semiconductors, mixed bag. Nothing, with the exception of Taiwan Semi, which is down almost 4%. Pretty much a 1% range on everything else. Healthcare. Looking strong. Abbott up 1.5%. United Health up 2%. Gilead up over 1%. AMZN up 1.68%. Bristol Myers up 1.14%.
I'm taking puts here.
On what? Spy puts.
I'm going after that 373 area. Trying to get the break back down to the 200 EMA.
All right, so what strike are you looking at?
The 373.
Today or longer out?
Longer out. Probably 4 to 7.
All right. Let's take a look at those. Lobo, please tell me that you're referring to the the Saturday Night Live commercial where they just keep rapping everything, and it's amazing. 203 Tesla. Well, when we talked about Tesla on Friday, if it falls below that $200 level, does it spark something? And not just in human buying, does it spark something in algorithmic buying? Mullen trying to push back up, 48.5 cents back on Mullen.
I'm hoping Tesla doesn't go and hold this 202.50.
I'll say that one more time, Enzo. I'm sorry.
I want Tesla to break down below 202.50 because I have a short already.
Short on Tesla or just the SPY? Short on Tesla.
On Tesla, yeah, but that's.
We're coming close. We just fell 202.
Right there. See that charting? That charting's nuts right there. That's incredible. Why there? Why the 202.43 and why did I chart that?
I don't know. I can't see your charts, bud.
Well, that's the problem.
Okay, 1 second. All right. So explain that Etch-a-Sketch to us up there.
I will do that in 1 second.
New highs on Mullen. Oh, hit that new high of 49.20. We break through that 50 cents, Mr. Burry. Oh, that one was amazing, Lobo. It was amazing. I just figured we think so much alike. You might have been, in a way, reading my mind. I mean, the volume. Look at that volume. We're going to have another $500 million trade day. Mullen almost at 100 million, and we are 14 minutes into the day. On this fabulous Monday, guys. It's Halloween week. Halloween's officially 1 day from today, so you know how we do things around here. We're going to be getting it started. Figured, we would start out Monday, just a little casual, and then ease our way into it.
I'm looking for the breakdown of the 374. I want this to get rejected so badly here. It's not even funny.
Tesla, I think push back up a little, 205.60 on Tesla.
Yeah, it's because the SPY is trying to go up to hit the 379.21. I think it's just going to get rejected there. That would be able to cause them to fake it to the upside, break it up, and then trap everybody that just went long. I'm going to definitely take some puts up here when this releases to that 379. I just want to see the resistance there, but Tesla looks like it's not going to really let it.
Last Kazi standing. Good morning, Rich. Great to see you. Hope you and Karen had a great weekend.
Right. Tony the Tiger?
Their food.
Their food.
That's the generic one. Holy mats. what you looking for on this Arctic Fox? I know you said you've been holding it for a while, so either which way, you are up 43% on the day, 228 on MOTS. Caesar C, good morning, Caesar C. Back at the office. Well, glad that you could still be with us, my friend. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Caesar.
I just bought. They're already 23%. I just went and bought 370s at 15 a piece. They're at 20 now.
And that's for
today. For today. 370 puts today. And I do not suggest that anybody gets into those thinking that they're going to get there. They are not. They are going to go and make me about 70 or 80%. I'm going to be out of them within about 5 minutes. There's 43%. So I just basically made 25% of my money just by sitting here clicking a couple buttons on my computer. Like I've gone and explained to a couple people that if you go and think about what your overhead is for your family, divide it by 20. Then try to get to a point where SPY is failing right here at 377. I need my level 2. Can you fund, please? Yeah.
Rick Cogswell, go Dolphins. They squeaked one out. Rick, out.
Yeah, you feel good about that, don't you?
Oh boy, Kramer said the lack of respect for Meta is incredible. I don't know. I think Meta's gonna get exposed in the in these earnings coming up. Meta, yeah.
And Marky Zuck's getting to a bunch of people lately, huh? Even the Kramer himself.
Well, what's being talked about though is does the board have control over Zuckerberg? I think that's what a lot of people are asking. Do they have the ability to reel in Zuckerberg's what some are considering reckless spending on the future of the metaverse, or is he kind of a one-man wrecking crew? You know what I mean?
That's a good question. I think that he is Looney Tunes.
I think he's ambitious. I think, all that stuff, but it's, I don't know if what he's doing.
He's weird. 76% on those calls, by the way, done in front of you, 5 minutes? Those puts, excuse me. I'm going to throw those in the Discord just to... Oh, I'm sorry. They just filled at 83.
Non-refundable. What's up, baby? What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Caesar, you remember those shirts they used to sell back in the day with the moose on them? What's the matter with you? Yeah, I had one. All right, 950. I want to take a look at this heat map. See how we're looking. And get out of here, Ed. Oh, sorry. Lots of green with two deep red just really flashing out at us, guys. Very easy to spot with Tesla and Meta. Healthcare green across the board, industrials green across the board, real estate, consumer defensive, energy, basic materials, a little bit of a mixed bag, financials all green. So we'll see how long this lasts. I don't think this is an indicator of where we end up today. but this is where we are right now.
Right here, right now. U.S. Services PMI for October 46,600 or 46.6 to versus the 49.2 prior. So our numbers were down a little bit.
How about these numbers on Mullen? Taking it to the next level. 51.5 cents now on Mullen. Continuing that trek back to $1. Let's go. So this is a hold. I've only got a couple hundred shares at 98 cents, and I've been waiting for this range, in which I know sounds stupid. You know, some people would look at it, well, why didn't you average down when it was down at a quarter? Why, you know, because it didn't show any kind of strength to me there. To me, I was still worried about it, and I'm still not sold. And it's not because I don't plan on averaging down or I hate the company or anything. I'm just waiting for the right time to where I can average down and possibly get out.
I just made 100% options today.
Oh boy. 1 second. Is that Birdie? Is that the Mullen news in regards to the European distribution deal, and the fact that it's already approved to go right for sale? Like Mr. Millionaire said, they've got a great PR team behind a golf cart. Good times. So the Dow still up 1.2%. The Dow cooking the most. S&P up 0.88%. NASDAQ just cracked back into the green, up 0.02%. And Dow, we got the heavy hitters, top 10 in the Dow, all in the green. And this is the... So Nike, literally the only stock in the Dow Jones that is in the red, and that just went green. So take that back. The Dow completely green. AMC down 0.75% now. APE continuing to fall down to that 250 mark, down 6.37%. GameStop down 1 3/4%. Let the good times roll slowly at 5 miles per hour. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I think it could be big though, Birdie. Like I said, my only fear with Mullen is too big, too quick. They keep expanding, but now they have to deliver. So, not saying that they won't, but I don't want to get too carried away. And Rishi Sunak, hopefully I said that right, set to be the new British Prime Minister. I know Daniel's not too fond of that. Birdie Hunter, thoughts on that? And I'm pretty sure, Birdie, that you kind of predicted that would be the guy. So. All in on the WEF? Oh, Mr. Burry. Oh, jeepers. And the SPY up, fighting around that 378 mark. 1% gains.
I just filled a lot of calls, or a lot of puts down to the 365 area on the SPY, and I mean now. Those are already green. Up 10%.
So we'll see what the S&P does here. Up 1.04%. The NASDAQ starting to get a little bit of traction. Up 0.15%. Oh, really? Well, that seems to be kind of the theme of things lately. And if you're not a billionaire when you get into power, they pretty much make sure you are when you leave, as long as you play the game.
I think playing the game ends up with you having sore knees.
It does. Well, you know what happens is you end up in a Saddam Hussein type situation or something like that. You know, where you're used until you're no longer needed, and then you're the enemy of the state.
Well said.
Let's look at Neo. Neo is intriguing me right now, but I think you have to have that variable in there of just not knowing. We're down at 922, down 18% on Neo today, on very high volume too. Arctic Fox, we're at almost a daily volume on Neo, not even a half hour into the day, over 40 million trades. So are people jumping ship, or are people, did that China tech scare just scare people out, and now we see this bottom? We hit 894, a couple green candles coming off of that mark. Oh, well, that would be good, Germ Corp. Perhaps Rishi will be dipping into his own pocket to help the UK as well, as after all, he was the chancellor who created the mess. No, we're not going to talk about that. That's no, that makes sense. Snack pack smiling back, Nunya. Let's make some money. That's what I'm talking about. Great to see you, brother. Well done, Mr. Burry. 52.3 cents now on Mullen, up 39.5%. And just if you guys want to rewind back about a minute and a half and listen to what Enzo said, and look at what was where when he said it, and now look at the S&P's fallen almost 0.25% since he took those puts.
Apple under the 145. You can go look for about 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Germ Corp. Classic politician. Create the problem, then offer yourself as the solution. I love it.
I could be the solution for you, Germ Corp, all day, every day. Twice on Sunday.
Yeah, and I can get on board with that, Arctic Fox, in most situations with the buy the fear. I'm just worried that the fear is twofold with China, because you have to worry about what's actually happening, then you have to worry about the Chinese spin on it, and then you have to worry about the American spin on it.
Oh, I just got into a short on Mullen as well. I'm sorry, not Mullen, Mara, excuse me.
Alright, let me fix this cam real quick.
Ooh, those 370s are doing work. The 365s that I just bought for 62 a piece are up 22%. I can throw those in the Discord.
Michael Burry.
Look at the market.
Bye. Don't even think about holding VWAP. I don't. What? Bye. Listen. Hold. We're gonna have a problem.
The UK people will be happy but own nothing. Okay, Birdie. Well, hey, we all got to eat bugs at some point, Birdie.
Those Maras are already up 10%.
Mara puts or calls?
That 12 area. It was right under the 12 area. Excuse me. Yeah. That's called money. What's the name of that game?
What's it called? Money?
It's called winning.
Tiger blood, baby.
Called I win. Right.
All right, 10:02.
Be careful, anybody that's in your puts right now. If that wants to decide to hold right there, it's going to go north. There's 100 and 113, 123. You know what? We're gonna take those 230. Put it 36. So I just filled at 36. I was 15 out at 36 on those 370s. I have the 365s that are 45. Those are making $80 a piece.
Get closer to your mic.
There. Yep, that might be the problem. My apologies. Tesla's breaking down to the side. Snap is up green right now, and I believe that's going to come back too. Look at Lucid falling. Hold on to your shirt. We're going for a ride. Oh. I don't know why I feel like singing it, but no, feels right. Do me a favor, everybody that's in those puts, be very, very, very careful holding those any longer. Somebody go look at the UVXY, look at it on a 20-minute chart. Tell me what that pattern's doing and what overall sentiment you have on the last 15 days.
On UVXY?
Yep, which is the volatility index.
Sorry. I'm making my plays over there. UVXY. Over the last what? What were you saying?
15, 20. Looking for NVIDIA to bounce 3, or excuse me, 1, 3. Mara just back 30. That calls up 12%. The other one, the 365 are up 4%.
Junk Savvy, good luck to you too, and you have a great day. I'm going to assume that you are off to finish your little project. And good luck with that. Hope everything goes well. Yeah, it's pretty incredible, Birdie, the way that Amsterdam exchange mirrors the U.S. market. It's nice. Good job, Mr. Burry. Good job. Way to not be married to it. Way to, it's got to especially be tough with the name. But no, I applaud. That's the way to do it. Mullen holding above 51.9 cents, up 38.6%. And Ape falling below that 250 mark on Ape, down at 249. GME down 2.5%, and AMC down 0.5%. All right, 10:07, guys. Let's take a quick look back at our heat map. Tesla and Meta still really glaring. Semiconductors now going red with Nvidia down over 1.5%. AVGO, the lone bright spot there. Consumer defense still holding up. Healthcare holding up. Financials holding up but slipping back a little bit to red. Industrial still all green. Utilities all green. Energy and real estate both all green. So interesting heat map thus far. What are we? 37 minutes into this magnificent Monday. They're already saying Super Bowl, Caesar. They're saying it's going to be one of the best turnarounds, maybe the best turnaround in the history of the NFL. So look for the Raiders in a Super Bowl near you coming soon.
That is not usual.
Hey, as long as more than one person says it, you can say, hey, they're saying, they say. Everybody seems to take they as the authority on anything,
Not even. Oh.
So the SPY looking to go red now. Closing in on it. But you know what, Enzo? I made my what did I sell it at? $52. That's all I needed. Risk 140 to make 50 real quick. I'm all for it. Excuse me. Oh, Raiders against the Panthers? The Panthers are only a game out of first, I think, in that division, Grumpy, after that stunning upset over Tampa. And they were playing with a little bit of chip on their shoulder. I think they look at it like people are doubting them, like, okay, you trade McCaffrey away, you're throwing the season, you're tanking. And maybe that still was kind of part of it, but the fact that they have a couple of players that they were being offered first-round picks for on the defense, and they didn't let it go, tells me Carolina still thinks that they're building something. I like it. I mean, I think McCaffrey was great, but I think money, financially it made sense. And it made sense for him to not just keep getting abused in Carolina. So could be a win-win for everybody. Mullen falling back under that 50-cent mark, 49.89 now on Mullen. Great anticipation there, Bratney. Way to get out before that dip. And the NASDAQ still falling off a cliff. The NASDAQ down 0.9% now. S&P up 0.1%. So a full percentage difference between the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. And again, generally, that's a sign that tech is having a bad day. Not a direct indicator, but that's the biggest difference. Obviously, there's a lot more stocks in the NASDAQ, but they're also a lot more tech heavy. And with the S&P, I believe we got 220 out of the 500 reporting earnings this week. What are you thinking, Enzo? Feeling?
What'd you say?
How you feeling? Are we pushing back to the upside, or is this a little fake out?
This might be just getting rejected at another level of what was support and now is becoming resistance.
Yeah, Birdie, remind me today. I want to show you this one chart, and just I want you to let me know if it's useful on the international stage. But yes, I like this here. This is a wow. There's some great resources on this, Birdie. Let's do this, Martin. Let's go, baby.
It's all going to be up to holding.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just getting. This literally has every commodity you can imagine. Yeah. Thank you for that, Birdie. I will. I'll incorporate that and then check your inbox later. I want to send you this other table. I forget what it's defined as, but you'll see. I just want to know from an international outlook if it makes sense visually. And AVCT taking another big hit today, down 9.5%, down now at $1.29 on American Virtual Cloud Technology. Hellbiz, a little bit of gains, up 4.5%. Krispy Kreme, slightly in the red. DNUT Grumpy, $14. And is this week the last day? I think it's the 28th, Grumpy, if I'm not mistaken. The last day to get the dividend. And Krispy Kreme, DNUT. Let's see, Daniel. I'm looking at a little bit of support. Hopefully right around the, we may have just bounced there, right around the 49-cent mark. I'm mulling. And Tesla falling further. Tesla 201.13. So will Tesla fall below that, will it fall below that $200 mark? Ape, another one continuing to drop. Ape down 8.5% now, 244 on Ape.
$50 puts or 6 puts.
Crazy Arctic Fox, 22% now, 877.
Tesla's at 250 or 250.
Yeah, Tesla, let's see if it holds $200 right now on Tesla. Neo down at 877, hitting 52-week lows here. That could possibly be all-time lows. I don't know. But definitely lows of at least 2 years on Neo. And the SPY continuing to dump. Let's see if it goes red here. I don't think we've gone red yet. But very close. 374.34. And the NASDAQ down over 1% now. The Dow even falling. Retracing back. Still up 0.62%. And the S&P still up 0.07%.
Tesla breaking.
You know it, Martin. You know it. You know I got your back, and you know you're going to be seeing Captain America this week, baby. You know it's. You know we're just getting started, Martin. Like I said, I had to represent the Raiders because our wins have come so few and far between this year, so I had to start the Monday morning like that. But you know El Capitan's going to be making an appearance, amongst others. I think we'll have probably a few guests this weekend. All right, Enzo, you there?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, I was just looking at.
Oh, you're good. I'm gonna go just run and let the puppy out, see if I can get her back on my good side. She's still
Good luck.
not liking me. But yeah.
Well, don't put her in a shirt.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get into that. But yeah, I'll be
If
back
Tesla
in just a
doesn't,
few minutes.
if Tesla doesn't hold right here, this is not good. 20,000 shares. That's even worse. Neo's going underneath the 880. Bitcoin is going to be the decider. I would say at least start looking towards 337.13 like I was talking about right here on the 200 EMA. Yeah, that's 75% calls. Everything that I've bought in front of you guys today is way green. I got into these at 62. I'm going to be out of 60% of this position. I got out at 105 out of 60%. Those Maras are up 20%. I've literally rattled off like 4 or 5 different options that were all 100%. And that's an exact call out on the EMA. Let me get this chat pulled up real quick. 199 trick or treat. Yep, I'm watching it do the exact same thing currently. Bye-bye. Spy's gone. Tesla's gone. Later. These trades are going to be hundreds of percent. I'm looking on Tesla. I'm looking right here. Anywhere between the 196.70 and 195.15. We're breaking low. We're probably going to come see 71. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 68, 368. But right now, that's 100% option. Yeah, this is called making money. Very easy. ENSZ. Thank you, Germ Corp. Appreciate you. Means more than you know. Yeah. See? Yeah, that's looking beautiful. I'd watch it to come back to retouch 132. Just my opinion. I think it's just gonna come try to reset itself. But yeah, that's a decent amount of volume. Oh, great. Yep, that makes sense. The war fear mongering. Where do you see the SQs going today? I think the SQs are going to go to 56.68. 68.80. If they get above that, they're going to try to retest. Roughly to $57 flat. Will there be a North Korea hype video? I don't know if there's a hype video in order, but I'm sure they're pretty stoked about it. I think the SPY is probably going to get rejected right here, or 375 flat. I'm very confused about where the market's going. Caesar, does a robot do? I'll wait. That's terrible. Somebody ban him. Somebody definitely needs to ban Caesar immediately.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. The dog still doesn't like me. Let's go.
Neither does North Korea liking anybody right now.
Well, if there's a hype video, at least we can have some kind of entertainment. The last time, I don't know if you remember, Kim Jong-un is that his name? Put the video out with him wearing the bomber jacket and kind of shot calling when he was walking out of the hangar with that giant missile or whatever it was. The production level was definitely TikTok level. You know, something you would see on there, but it was good. Market getting turned up, Terry, or what?
I'm actually kind of thinking it might try to make a play back to the upside, but I'd prefer that it didn't.
Okay.
I don't think that you're going to. No, I think you're just going to get rejected here again.
Oh, that's the dream job, Mr. Burry, the TV news cameraman. Yeah, you pawn to the you zoom out to the hotties in the crowd, to the guy shoving the hot dog in his gullet. You know what I mean, or whatever. That's got to be a self-rewarding job. And the market just not knowing where to go. S&P still up 0.25%, Dow up 0.75%, NASDAQ down 0.83%. So that gap widening a little bit between the S&P and the NASDAQ, but been holding right around 1%. And then the Dow outperforming all of them. Heat map changed up a little bit. We got some more red catching up there. Semiconductors getting hammered now. Nvidia, Intel, Qualcomm all down. AMD down. Apple now down. Microsoft holding a little bit. Amazon and Tesla crushing the consumer cyclical. Meta, Google, Netflix, Disney, all of them crushing the communication services. Healthcare holding up. Financial, credit services and banks have been slowly declining. Insurance has been pretty much green all day. What else? Industrials still holding pretty strong. Healthcare strong. Energy strong. Real estate has gone red. That whole sector pretty much. Basic materials, a little bit of a mixed bag. Utilities, all green earlier. We're seeing some red come into utilities now. So healthcare and consumer defensive, and probably industrials, the three sectors pretty much holding the market up right now.
Look at Snap.
What's it doing? And then Snap, do we see what do we think with the earnings tonight, Enzo? I know me and you were going to talk earnings later today. Sympathy. So this is what I'm asking: does good earnings for companies like Meta, primarily Meta, Google? We're going to look at the ad revenue. Google obviously has some different avenues of revenue other than just ads. But what do we look for to catapult Snap? Do we need those companies to have bad earnings in the sense of ad money? Do we need it to say, okay, Snap isn't the only one? Or do we need a good earnings report that provides optimism for Snapchat? Because it's already took such a big hit, I don't necessarily see downside on good earnings, but I'm not sure if I see upside on bad earnings, if that makes sense.
Right. No, I think that it's just going to play opposite.
So you think good earnings for Meta equates to a bigger drop for Snap? We need Meta's ad revenue and stuff like that to come in lower to justify Snap, and then you think it'll be looked at on Snap as what we've seen happen as an overreaction. That they were just kind of the first to report as far as
right.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. I think there's going to be a correlation.
I think that if you can go and get if you can I guess you good? The overall sentiment in the market, I don't know if you guys are using Snapchat. I certainly don't. So I would be, I would definitely be pressed to find anybody that was using Snapchat that's my age. A lot anyway. I don't think they're nearly as valuable as anybody thinks they are. They were just at $30 last year, I believe. And now we're down at $8, having the same conversation.
I think they were overvalued at that point. I don't know. It's tough for me. I mean, they still have the numbers. They still added average users per day, telling me somebody's still using it, but will they figure out how to monetize correctly? That's been my problem with them. I use it here and there. I don't use it too often. I use it mainly as a way for me and Nicole to send pictures of Nikki without having, it's just an easier process for us. Instead of me having to take pictures, then, send them to her, this and that. It's easier to just bam, bam. But I don't, and that's the way that I look at it. Like, I use Facebook sparingly. Facebook, there's not a time that I go without seeing ads on Facebook. I've never seen an ad on Snapchat because I don't use it. I don't browse on there. I don't do stuff like that. So, and Mr. Burry, thank you. You almost caused Coffeegate too. If you heard me choke a little bit, it's because it took all my effort to not spit my coffee out. Thank you, sir. On that statement of how China will only make full conductors now, no more semis. Or semis, as some would say.
Mr. Sack? Is there a Mrs. Sack?
There might be.
How does she feel about being called Miss Sack?
Oh, I think the chance to stand next to Mr. Burry, I think, some concessions have to be made.
I'll drop my whole last name, my pension, my 401k, whatever you want, I'll drop it for you. I'll be a little jack in the ball antenna thing from back in the day.
Well, he's gonna need a deckhand at some point, Enzo, and I think, I think...
Oh, you're on the water?
He likes to be. He's an international man of mystery.
No. You and I are not gonna be together ever. Promise. I don't like water.
Yeah, but I take the good ones for myself, Lobo. I leave that up to her. She has to do it on her. No, I send her just as many the other way. It's more for videos, Lobo. That's easier, where it's like just in the moment type stuff. Like, wow, look at what your son's doing. Stuff like that. Trust me, I've got no shortage. I've got literally thousands. I might have a problem. I've got probably over 20,000 pictures of Nikki and dogs and puppies and all that stuff. But it's amazing because stuff that, memories from when he was little that when I bring him up, he's a little fuzzy on. Usually I can show him a picture of it and it sparks the memories. He's like, oh yeah, I remember. I was, whatever. I'm a helicopter parent. You guys all know it. Deal with it. It is what it is.
Do you take the fanny pack?
I've been known. Actually, I go full. Fanny pack just doesn't do it for me. If I'm in a situation where I need that many goods that a fanny pack's warranted, I just usually go full backpack.
Fair play. I can see it.
Mullen pushing back up over that 41 or 51 cent mark. Excuse me, 51.2 cents. I think they have something like that, Mr. Burry, don't they? What's it? Chat roulette? Something like that? Don't they have something where, like, you just chat with random people?
Yeah, it's a mega Amigo.
Okay. You guys are...
But what he's talking about is something completely different. Hold on.
Look at Birdie Hunter. Wow. Coming in out of left field with that one. I like it. I like it. It's Monday. We're a week away from Halloween, guys. The market, let's see, turning back down now a little bit. With the S&P slipping to 0.25% gains, the Dow up only 0.63% now, with the NASDAQ down 0.75%. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
No,
Oh, you are absolutely not blocked, Pauline. If you were ever blocked, let me see. Did I miss something? I apologize. What did I miss? Yeah, I'm sorry, Pauline, if I missed something there. But you should.
I don't see anything.
Weird. You may have lost connection for a second, Pauline. That happened to me the other day when I seen Saucy Fredo and I couldn't type, and it just kept rejecting my message. Hey, Tiny Boxes. Tiny, you back on the left coast? You home safe and sound, or you still roaming the east coast? I'm a window cleaner right now, Grumpy, because I had to represent some Raiders. But I'm pretty sure if you tune in for Power Hour, we're going to mix it up. Okay, Pauline, I'm sorry I missed that message. We're going to mix it up. We're going to start probably this afternoon with something special, and then keep it going throughout the week, and then culminate into one big party on Monday, right? That's got to be the plan. Kind of was disappointed over the weekend, not going to lie. Me and Nikki went Halloween costume shopping, and it's exactly what I expected to bring this whole thing into the market, because we talked about this a couple months ago with how stores like Spirit and things like that would still be successful this year. And we're seeing exactly what we talked about. Because Halloween costumes, sure, there's some new things that come out every year. Don't get me wrong. There's a few new fads every year with the Halloween business, but there's enough core crap from China to still push out. So it's there was nothing really new. There was nothing really exciting. It was just recycled, mass-produced. Oh yes, I love that, Stanley or Pauline. I'm sorry.
No,
fantastic.
No, you're not taking this from me. You're not taking this from me. This is mine. I don't want to do it. No. I will fight you to the death over that man's gorgeous locks. Stop playing with me. I got... Oh, okay. I'll be your jukebox. I'll be your Huckleberry. I got you.
But yeah, Pauline, we're going to start that off this afternoon. So 3 o'clock, we'll probably get a guest appearance from... maybe it'll be Captain America, maybe it'll be Batman, maybe it'll be something cool that we don't even know about yet. Oh, Threema, yeah, Birdie, I think you told me about that. I'm pretty sure you put me down on that. All right, the SPY continuing to retrace here, holding 0.17% gains, 375.01 on the SPY. Mott's still up there. MOTS, 40% gains for you, Arctic Fox. What you got, Enzo?
370. Try to get in at 76 at 373 strike. A 373 strike on the SPY downside. That's going to be a put. Put to the downside, 373 for $67. Or 67 cents. Excuse me, 76 cents.
Okay. Cheers right back to him. Paulie, tell him we said cheers as well. He'll know what it means.
Miss Pauline, do me a favor. Make sure that he gets some rest, just a little bit. I know it's him. I understand your troubles. I definitely understand. But try to get him to take it easy on himself. We know how hard he works.
Yes, we do. And then, Pauline, if you can do me a favor and type in the chat a little message to Enzo and say, hi, Kettle, here's the pot. Let's call each other black.
Hey, dude. I might, hey, touche, whatever. Fair play. No, we care for him. We want to make sure he's all right and not pushing it too hard because we were talking to him the other night. He was up god awful hours, so just checking on him. Hope you're doing well as well.
You got it, Martin. You got it, Martin. Hey, we're gonna do what we got to do every day. We'll get those catchy little Mullen squeeze titles. I got you. Martin always trying to look out. I love it. Tiny Box is back on the wrong coast. She got to spend some time on the right coast. Back out there with our left coast friends. Glad you made it safe, Tiny. I hope the trip was amazing. All right, 10:50, guys. We are an hour and 20 minutes into the trader day. Mixed results in the market. The NASDAQ selling off down at 0.75%. The S&P holding just about 0.25% gains, and the Dow down 0.65%. Oh, I didn't even realize we didn't have Enzo's pretty face up there. Let's get that back up there. Well, funny that the guy in Florida is wearing a Yankees hat and the guy up here isn't.
Yeah, it's depressing right now.
That's all, Martin. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep growing and just doing our thing, man. Appreciate you being here and supporting us, all that good stuff. It'll take a little time, but we're going to get there. Just carried 6 boxes of medical equipment up from the basement of the medical store. Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. It is Monday morning. I would expect nothing less out of Stanley. One of the hardest working men I know. And you'll never hear him complain about it. That's the key thing is... he does it with joy. He does it with joy. That man is a provider. That's right. He's a grower, not a shower.
Yes, sir.
I like that time. I like that time Joe Namath was all drunk on Monday Night Football and got interviewed, and he was like, "The thing I like about Peyton Manning, he's not a thrower, he's a passer." I love it. He tried to kiss Susie Colbert. I just want to kiss you, Susie. It was great.
Probably get beat up that way.
Yeah, it was good. He was doing his best Howard Cozell. I love it. And S&P pushing back up a little bit. Man, just topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy. And do you think this is because... It was great, Nunya, wasn't it? You think this is kind of what we touched on earlier, Enzo, with such big earnings coming out? Do you think this is just a, the market really not knowing what to do going into these?
Mm-hmm. I think that we're going to be trading sideways like we have, or like I was talking about earlier. Going into tomorrow, I don't think that anything could even run if it wanted to. You have horrible, and I mean horrible topics coming out over those earnings already, just saying, hey, we're going to miss them, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Right now, Mara's going to the upside back to the 1180. It's probably going to get rejected right there. SPY right now is going up, trying to hold over that green wick here at the 376.22 area. Still looking a little heavy over VWAP. I'd like to see that come hold VWAP. It's getting stuck on the 200 EMA. Excuse me, that's a 50 EMA. I would really like you to stop.
Well, and is it going to be the specific stocks? So that's what I want to talk about. Is it going to be just the strength of the stocks that have earnings, or is it going to be that these stocks, because of the strength they have, are looked at as kind of the leaders in their sector? You know what I mean? When you look at the heat map, right. Those ones have the big block, and I know that's just a visual, but that's kind of how it is. So do you think it's going to be the direct correlation, or will it be the strength of what they actually do, of what the individual stock does on earnings? Like, do you think out of Meta, Amazon, Google, who else we got this week? I'm sorry, and I don't want to misspeak because I know we've got so many earnings this week.
Boeing,
and those are kind of the ones that you don't think about. That don't really draw as much attention. It's like United Health, and I'm sorry I use that as an example a lot, but it's
great stock, just horrible movement.
Horrible. It's not. I hate to use the term sexy, but it's not. It's not something that moves on catalysts. It's not it's just a tried and true. It's really like the definition of a blue chip stock. You know what I mean? But it does hold so much weight. If it's down, there's a good chance the Dow Jones will be down. There's a good chance, and that's where it holds the most weight, but it's still top 10 in S&P, top 10 on the NASDAQ. It's a heavy hitter.
You're a heavy hitter, buddy. No taxation without representation, baby.
Well, then explain this to me. Why do they tax kids under 18 when they go to work? They don't get representation.
Why ask?
Why ask why? Bud Dry. That was a catchy slogan. I don't even think they make Bud Dry anymore, but it always stuck with me.
What is Bud Dry?
It was like a type of Bud. It was just like a type of Budweiser, but that was their slogan. It was like, why ask why? Just drink Bud Dry. It's like, okay. Okay, so tomorrow morning,
it's wet.
Yeah, before the bell, we got UPS, General Motors, Coca-Cola, Halliburton, General Electric, Valero, 3M, JetBlue, and Raytheon. So I'm thinking Raytheon, Halliburton should come in good. Coca-Cola, we've seen them and Pepsi kind of be recession-proof. Maybe we see a change in this with consumer spending. They say consumer spending is still happening, and we've seen less private brands, which I think is going to benefit Coca-Cola. And we've talked about this kind of in the real world and the stock market. You go to Walmart, you see less great value stuff. You see more name brand stuff because the margins can't keep up. So you got that. UPS now. UPS, I'm not so sure of on how they're gonna come in. We've seen what happened with FedEx not long ago, so that's kind of up in the air. And then the fun starts. The fun starts after the bell, where we get Microsoft, Alphabet, Visa, as well as Chipotle, Spotify, Texas Instruments, and then followed up Wednesday morning with Boeing, Bristol Myers, Kraft, Thermo Fisher, Harley Davidson. And then we got Meta after the close, Ford, Teladoc. And then Thursday we've got Shopify, McDonald's, Caterpillar, Southwest, MasterCard, Merck, Comcast, Credit Suisse. There's one to keep an eye on Thursday. And then after the close, Apple, Amazon, Intel, T-Mobile, Gilead. And then Friday we wrap it off with a bunch of energy plays. ExxonMobil, Chevron, NextEra Energy, along with Charter Communications. So quite a week. Hey, Saucy Fredo. What's up, Saucy? Great to see you, my man. I'm interested on your thoughts into the earnings, Saucy. Into Meta's earnings. I didn't follow their last earnings as close. We're going to talk a little bit about that tonight. And what are you feeling on it? What are you feeling on it? And you see, Enzo, I want to show you something because this is where I go out on my own and went completely against what you said and just did my own thing. And clocked a little 30% gainer real quick.
There you go.
On the upside.
I'm making money back to the upside, but I'm not going to have people switching back and forth.
No, that's why I just did it and didn't... Because I had picked it up before you said the other thing. I picked it
Wherever
up.
where are you trying to go with it? Because right now that's getting rejected off of the 376.80 hard.
It already sold. I'm already out of it. That's why I was saying. I had just picked it up here.
I got so many things.
I have so many things to say about that. However, in my repertoire of things, I do not have anything YouTube approved. However,
Okay.
that's my new bot. That's my new bot message.
What, that you don't have anything appropriate to say?
Yeah, if I don't have anything nice to say,
Instead of just saying it, I at least think about not saying it and then say it.
Okay.
You know, progress.
Market to upside on earnings. Well, that's, there's so many companies, Saucy, that are big hitters that I think we're projecting at least decent earnings, and just on the fact of how much they tapered their expectations earlier in the year. We've seen all these companies that pretty much that we just talked about, as far as is the top 10 S&P, top 10 NASDAQ companies. They took a hit early in the year, tapering those expectations. We've seen it, a perfect example, Netflix. Look to Netflix, look to how they got hammered early in the year, adjusted those expectations, and then were able to come in and knock it out the park. Now, I'm not saying everything is going to be knocked out of the park, but I think we're going to see upside, and I think there's going to be a lot of sympathy. So if Google sets the tone tomorrow with good earnings, with kind of good optimism, and we see Meta follow, I think we'll be okay. And I don't think, Saucy, that the long term kind of doubts that makes them all just dissipate. I don't think that at all. But I think I think that's just been being overlooked. We seen with JP Morgan, we seen them predicting, another 20% to the downside in the market. But at the same time, seeing their stock soar and good earnings, but
Right.
bad expectations.
Which is weird.
Yeah. Hyde, you're balling off that without me even pulling up the chart, Hyde, because I know I got it marked on there. I want to say 127.50, or is it 117.50? Your average, or is it 97.50? I know there's something with a 750. Tell me I'm right, Hyde, before I have to pull the chart up. Excuse me. NASDAQ trying to go green, still down 0.1%. 121.42. Where the hell did I get 127.50 from? I was somewhat close, Hyde.
Breaker.
What you got?
I said I'd really prefer the SPY not to break.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Arctic Fox Alaska, because, inflation goes both ways, right? So and revenue is going to be key. Revenue is going to come in bigger just because, inflation. I think when you start dealing with UPS, I think we got to be a little worried about Arctic Fox just because I don't know what pressure as far as globally with currencies and things like that. I'm not sure if they'll even address that or how that comes into play. I know that was an issue for FedEx, but I think you're right. I think record profits, because I think this too. So you look at a company like Meta, you look at companies like Google, who ad revenue is going to be down, but you have to also look at ad expenses are going to be down, right? So not to say it's going to completely counterbalance, but when you have a company that's also slashing their advertising costs and seeing less ad money come in, again, does it counterbalance? Not 100%, but it is something to keep an eye on, because you have to think that they're also cutting their ad spending as they're bringing in less ad revenue. And what do we got here now? That gap between the SPY and the NASDAQ remaining super constant today. Up 60 on Ted Meta shares. Would you pick them up at the ones you bought on Friday, Saucy? 126.50. I think you might have even got them a little lower. I think you were looking at that number coming off the pre-market Friday morning. And sure, right when I pull it up, Saucy, I jinx it. Meta just went red. 129.75. So down just a little bit. down about 1/4%. Couple red candles coming in there. Snap trying to hold that $8 mark, 801 on Snap. That's fallen. Mullen back under that 50-cent mark, 49.7 cents on Mullen. IMPP, we seen that big run up this morning on Imperial Petroleum.
I am Cornholio.
And IMPP. And that pulled back. We hit a high of 48.8 cents. Now back down to 44.9. Yeah, well done, Saucy. Like I said, if you got those ones, I know you bought a couple. Or like I said, I know you were looking at them at 126.50 in the pre-market on Friday. Market turning back down, Enzo? What's going on here?
Support.
Trying to find support right here at the 350 or the 376.20 area. It has support at the 375.76. I have a buy to the upside if it breaks low of 375.18 or 375.50 ish. I want it to just drop underneath that 375.76 candle. Probably hit the 375.40.
So Saucy, as far as earnings, I want to get through Microsoft and Alphabet. So I'll be looking kind of tomorrow afternoon to play some upside to the market. And you know what? I might even play it both ways, Saucy. And I'm not going to play either individual company. I'm going to probably play it in the form of SPY calls or SPY puts. And the reason for that is I feel like you can hedge that with a play to the downside, because I want to get through those. I think Alphabet, then if we see upside off of Alphabet and Microsoft's, then I think that gives me a little bit more confidence going into Meta's earnings. And I don't know. I think these earnings are going to dictate if we say, hey, no outside news is going to come in, we're not going to get anything crazy out of China, anything crazy out of the UK, anything crazy out of the Russia-Ukraine situation. Just hypothetically saying, without any outside interference, I think these earnings dictate the market 100% right now. I think inflation, interest rates, they'll have an eye on those. Obviously, good earnings is still kind of bad for the Fed, so there will be an effect there. But I don't think anything that happens in these earnings or GDP, we get GDP numbers on Thursday, Saucy. I don't think they're going to do much either way. So yeah, I think these earnings are going to completely dictate the market, and it's going to be more. I think like what Enzo said earlier. I don't think it's just going to be okay. I'm looking at Alphabet's earnings to watch them run. I think it's going to be a much more market-wide thing, because these companies are such heavy hitters, not just in the sense of market cap and stuff like that, in the sense of what it means, what it means for every company underneath them in the same sector. These, when it comes to Microsoft, when it comes to Alphabet, when it comes to Apple, these are the base, these are the top of the top. They set the standard, and regardless if a company in the same sector even deals with Apple or not, they're going to feel an effect from it. So I'm looking market wide, Saucy. I'm not getting into, I don't have any specific, unless when I dig into some of these earnings tonight, something really comes across that grabs my attention, kind of how Netflix did. And, that was the reason we put the video out on Netflix. We weren't saying, hey, 100% Netflix is going to go through the roof after earnings. But the upside on a recovery play is what really stood out to us, and that's kind of why we took a look at that. I don't know if I've seen that on any in particular one of these plays just yet. What are your thoughts, Enzo? Sorry, I was a little long-winded, Saucy.
No, you're. I can't figure out what Tesla's doing just because of the fact, right this moment, Neo's down 20, Lucid's down what?
Lucid getting
5%.
So Lucid more on pace with Tesla. Neo, I guess you got to look. I mean that's got to be full blown because of the China situation. Which again, I don't understand necessarily why Neo kind of recovering. If you picked it up down there at the bottom, hit a low at $8.38, back over $9. Saucy asking you if you have any long-term plays, Enzo, which I think is a fair question. You know, we hear you basically day or swing trading, day in, day out. But yeah, I think that's a good question as far as is anything that you're holding long term or that you feel is a good long term play.
Yeah, I mean, I stick to a lot of blue chip. Tesla, Amazon, Meta, Google, Adobe. Just the very high weight. Like I found something that I was comfortable with, and I ran with it. I love the SPY. I like the company that are in it. I don't see those companies ever going anywhere. So if I can go and tell you it without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, there's at least going to be somebody like Meta or like Tesla, or there's an industry for it, and I can see that for the next 25 years. Absolutely. I think my biggest holding is the SPY. No question.
Nice.
I bought shares all the way up and down, but I usually just end up keeping one or two every time I make a trade, and it's almost as a interest payment, if you will.
Okay. Hey, Bullfrogging. Good morning, my friend. Great to see you. Happy Monday, brother. Well, I think you made a great point there about the SPY too, and part of the reason why I've kind of grown a liking to play in the SPY in the sense of calls and puts is, sure, there's still a lot of pressure. There's still a lot of pressure, you know, buying just a couple day out calls. I'm still not into kind of buying dailies, you know, but you avoid those huge swings. You know, it's you don't wake up and the SPY did an offering last night. You don't wake up and the SPY did a reverse split. You know what I mean? Like sure, we see these runs, we see these, you know, 2-3% stuff like that can equal out to a lot more when you're playing call options. But I think you avoid that big, that drastic, just kind of unexpected event, which, you know, we all try to do it, but I would be willing to bet that everybody's got caught in a situation like that where either a reverse split came on them, kind of surprisingly. And sure, we should all be aware of that stuff, but things do happen. You know, a drug fails, the company, you know, drops 60%. Like, you're not going to get that on the SPY in one day on one cataclysmic event. So that's kind of where I find a little bit of security there. And you know, it doesn't seem like any other plays, and you would know more than me because you play other call options. You know, since we started doing this thing, since I started kind of absorbing the information off you, really going hard in the paint on questioning you and putting you on the spot, which you've done an amazing job with. I've mainly looked at the SPY. I've studied the movement on that. That's been, as far as trading, that's been my focus the last 3 weeks. Do you see that in other plays? I know Tesla's a big one, but like the perfect example was a couple of those gains in the Discord on Friday, and I pointed this out to you because I loved it. You had Santa making big gains. Not that my gains were big, I'm not putting it like that, but 50, right. 60% gains is big for me. And we had me making that to the downside. You had Santa making gains to the upside. I thought it was a brilliant example of playing both sides of the fence, being able to make money. And granted, that day the market was cooking, but it's just a great example of how you can make, like, the market isn't going to dictate, okay, the market's going to be down today. I used to sit and look at my portfolio and just say, well, okay, maybe I averaged down, maybe I got some SQs, maybe something like that, but I didn't look at how can I capitalize on this, you know, and I kind of looked at you like you were a banana when I first met you, like, man, this guy's playing downside, like, what is he, you know, like, you know, because, and I'm being completely honest, because that's how it was at the time, you know, it was right. Just, I didn't understand the playing the downside, especially when it came to the SPY and things like that. I looked at it, I was kind of blinded by the SQs, which are still a great hedge, don't get me wrong, but it seemed like it took and it takes a lot more things to happen for me to be profitable on the SQs, and that's not for. I'm not trying to deter anybody from playing them. If you know them, if you love them, play them. But it's just, it seems a lot more maybe not even predictable, because I'd like to think that it's that some of the knowledge that I've learned plays into it too. But it's a lot easier to focus on that trade. It's I don't know. I know I'm not explaining it right, and I'm not. It sounds like I'm being a salesman for SPY calls and puts. But if it wasn't for the fact that I'm making more money in the market, that I couldn't tell you which way it's going because of the instability of it, but still able to make, you know, small profits every single day. There hasn't been a day that I've been on here with you that I didn't make, you know, a 30, 40, 50% trade.
Yeah, there was one day that you weren't profitable by $1.
Yes.
You know, it's sad that I know Santa's plays 2 months ago too. Things that just don't want to leave my head. This is a passion I have. This is what I'm good at. It makes sense to me. People go and look at me and go, "The hell was that? Like, what are you doing?" Because it's an answer. Like, I look at it, I look at my information, I look at all my analytics, and it's just an answer. It's not a decision that I make. It's not anything like that.
Well, what I'm noticing that I love is kind of both of us evolving, because you got me bringing the charting more into play. You know, maybe not on the screen just yet, but then I also see you taking kind of the stuff that I usually bring more into account on the sense of, you know, news, sentiment, stuff like that. So that's always cool to kind of see.
Which is difficult.
Oh yeah.
I feel like I'm the opposite of a ambulance chaser in a metaphorical, like, I feel like I'm the opposite person to go and chase after something, to go and get something that I want. Why not just take it wherever I see it, make money from it? If you have the ability, have what you need in options is volatility, period. That's all you need. If it goes your way, it goes your way. If it doesn't, well, it doesn't. But knowing why it's not going to is the half the battle at this point. The market, the beneficial part of it is the market overall is just complete. Don't have anything nice to say, so don't say it. I mean, the market's horrible right now, and it's because it's being touched by God and everybody. I think that they're using puts to drop the market, then they're buying all of their calls back to the upside real quick, letting it run there within a day or two.
So what do you think about non-refundable? He's in on that SPY put. Do you see what are you thinking for him?
I'm thinking that we
got
have a
downside
trend
coming.
Well, I believe so. But I see a trend. I want this to get rejected right here. This green candle, I need to close down underneath 376.58.
Well, and these are the tough situations, non-refundable, and I'm very sorry you're down 50% on that. But I think you've brought up a great point, because I think sometimes, like a situation like this, where you have to look at, I believe those were dailies, right? I think that was
right.
So at what point do you cut your losses on something like that? I'm not saying you do right here. I'm just, because there isn't, guys. I don't want to make this out like it's a unicorn thing where anything Enzo says or I say or whatever is a guaranteed play. So you have to have this conversation of when to take your losses.
Right. I've taken them. Promise you.
Well, and it's tough with options because it's your threshold, right? Because I have
right.
I have had ones where I've watched it go down 60% and then 15 minutes later been up 30%. So I'm not saying in any way that's a sign like, oh, you should always just hold them till the end. You know what I mean? By any means. Yeah, bullfrogging. I want to check that out. I seen you guys. I seen you were having a discussion on warrants and stuff in there, and there's a lot that I would like to know about that. So very cool what you guys are doing over there, and I've been retweeting your Discord and what you guys got going on. So very cool. Ape back up over that 250 mark, still down 6% on the day, but we fell, not sure what the low was. GameStop continuing to get hit, down almost 4%, 24.33 on GameStop, and AMC down 3% at 630. So what do we got? 880 right now, combined total on AMC and Ape. And Neo continuing to climb back up, 921 now on Neo. Snap as well. Snap held that support around the $8 level, bounced back up, 828 on Snap. Saucy thinking we test that high. 378.75 is the high on the SPY. I think you were talking about the SPY, Saucy. Hey, good morning, Rodney. Great to see you, buddy. All right, 11:26, guys. We are just about 2 hours into Monday, October 24th. We've got 1 week from today left in October, guys, and hopefully we can finish October strong, and hopefully we have a better November throughout the market than we did last year. That's when things started getting not so good. And the SPY coming back down a little. SPY at 376 now. And those were what, 373 puts that you got non-refundable, I believe. Was it 373, Enzo?
Yep.
And that heat map changed up a little bit. Lots of green out there. Looking like a, I don't even know what. Semi still getting pretty much hit. Tesla and Amazon still bringing that consumer cyclical down. Google back into the green. Financial services still got the credit and the banks a little bit wishy-washy. Insurance green across the board. Energy pretty green. Industrials green. Healthcare green. Consumer defensive pretty green.
All right, get rejected, please, Spot. Tesla, you too, go with it.
Yeah, and we should know something by Friday, non-refundable. I'm thinking on the Twitter deal. Whether it's just an extension or anything like that, we should get some kind of information by the 28th, which is Friday. Which is also a beloved member of the community's birthday on Friday, so we will be celebrating that as well. What else? Mullen back under that 50 cent mark, 49.8. Snap continuing to push up, 8.34 on Snap. So there's a designer imposter bullfrog running around out there. Is that what I see, Tiny?
Me, I turned my bad cop into bullfrog.
Dun dun dun. The plot thickens.
Right.
Will do, Charles. Hey, thank you for everything, my friend. Thanks for all the information here. Thanks for all the information in the DMs, brother. Really, really appreciate it. You know that. Saucy looking for them the Qs to run. Which ones you looking? You played TQs when we were down at the bottom, right, Saucy? I think you were playing back to the upside. I thought I seen that.
I see.
I synced it. And just like that, Saucy, Meta back in the green, 130.19 on Meta. Those TQs up about 2/3%. So seeing some upside. It's tough, Birdie, but you know the nice thing is, like, I've been playing these ones, Birdie, and don't get me wrong, I don't mean to come off like a beginner. Obviously, I've been in the market for a while. I've studied it, this and that, but still, this is a new, completely new style of trading for me. So I'm just sharing the lumps and the successes, and being cheap has turned out to be a great thing in this market, and I'm saying that kind of half sarcastically, but always looking at that worst case option, Birdie. So I'm buying these calls that I would say, you know, range from $50 to $150, where worst case scenario, and this is absolute worst case where I completely lose it. It's not crippling me. It's just made it so much easier. And I had that misconception. And it was probably because when it came to those, Enzo, I would look at the Tesla calls, and Tesla calls are ridiculous as far as price. Like, I understand there's profits to be made, stuff like that, but it seems like if you want, it's not as intense as being able to play out of the money calls and still make a decent return. You know, with Tesla calls, I looked at it like, man, I'm gonna have to risk. I'm still gonna need to risk a couple $1,000s to make $50 or to make $60. So it was doing almost the same thing as if I was buying shares, just with a higher risk. So that kind of always deterred me from it. But with the SPY, I'm able to find these plays that sure aren't going to go into the money necessarily, but can still make me a quick 40-50 bucks with only risking, a quick 40-50 bucks. So risk versus reward, and trust me, guys, when I have losses, I'm going to post them in there too. I don't want you to think I'm just posting gains. I've just had very limited trades. I've made 3 trades the last 2 days, or 4 trades, and they've all been in and out. 20 minutes is the longest I think I held any one of them.
Yeah, but if people can understand, hey, I have a $3,000 overhead for my family and our bills or whatever people live on now. I mean, it's not a bad idea to just go in and divide that number.
No,
looks like the SPY.
It's not. It's. And
like,
I mean, if you get it in the sweet spot, like it seems like the SPY moves enough to take that profit one way or another every day. Now, sure, like I said, you're gonna get days where it's just a bloodbath or just a tremendous show of power, where unless you're just riding that momentum, you're not gonna get anything. But it seems like there's always you can always catch the momentum back the other way at some point. Even on a completely green day or a completely red day, there's always a little bit of a swing where you can catch 20%, and not get greedy. That's one thing. Even the trades that didn't go the way, that like that day that I ended up losing $1, the ones that didn't go my way, it was 100% out of greed. 100%. Both of them were up 40%, and I didn't take it. Will I ever do that again? I probably will, because I make mistakes, but I learned a lesson. I learned a valuable lesson, and it didn't cost me much money. I was able to make it back up and lost $1.
Yeah, that's what I've never understood. If you take $3,000 and you put it into shares, you still have $3,000 in shares. If you and you have the ability, let's say if you buy it for $10 a piece and it runs to 11, well, great. But the likelihood of that happening isn't very good. And on top of that, there's...
Appreciate that, Bullfrogging. Definitely appreciate that, because he has been a tremendous help with setting up a style. And it's partially selfishness on my part, because I wanted to be able to get to this trading style where I could just make a couple quick trades throughout the day, be able to focus on making content and stuff like that, and not be in my downtime worrying about my portfolio so much, stuff like that. And yeah, it's been great. And I still want to learn a lot from you, Bullfrogging. Like I've said before, what you guys are doing is as beneficial as I think what you guys are doing right now is. I really see I'm long on Bullfrogging, because I think when the market stabilizes a little bit, I think that's where your charting really is going to come into play. You, Junk Savvy, everybody over there that's doing their thing. I know you guys are working hard, and hey, we're all going to keep growing together, my friend, and it's going to be glorious. Grumpy, I really like Weeble for it. I like E-Trade for it as well. I don't trade them at any kind of high value. Maybe the way that Enzo might. So maybe you have a different opinion. Do you have a favorite platform? I've heard, and you guys are gonna hate me for this. I have heard.
No.
Okay, I won't even say.
I hate them. I hate them so much.
I'm just saying I heard that was now. I'm not saying because I've never looked at it on there, but I heard from what I consider somewhat reliable sources too that Robinhood makes it very easy to trade options. Again, that's
right.
Secondhand.
No, you're right. That's a very true statement.
I've never used
However,
it. I never would. I think I can't see outside of like they make cool noises and stuff when you sell. Like they make like a party thing, don't they, or something? But I've never had any problem with Weeble. I think it's great. I use both Weeble and E-Trade though.
well, what I would say is I would definitely use the Weeble. I don't know if doing a E-Trade, if you don't use E-Trade, it's kind of confusing. If you're able to go and look at a Robinhood, the Robinhood is going to give you the better visual aspect. There is about a 7-foot long snake right outside my place.
Well, that's kind of what you get for living in Florida.
That's very true.
Bullfrogging, let me real quick. Bullfrogging, that is a great point too. Of some of the upside of owning shares, it does give you the opportunity to do covered calls, not just wait for the dollar movement. Absolutely. And there are definitely pros and cons to both sides, and definitely don't want people to get the wrong idea that I'm saying that, or we're saying that like buying shares is the worst thing and you should just be gambling and call options. Not at all.
No.
Trying to trade shares daily, I think bullfrogging is a lot harder. But as far as longer term investments, especially, I'm really glad you brought that up. As far as selling covered calls and things like that, it's a complete different strategy that I think you could be very successful with it. But I think people need to know that kind of stuff going into it, bullfrogging. I think last year, far too many people, and not because they weren't doing the research or anything like that, far too many people found themselves in situations where maybe they weren't aware of the covered call aspect of it, and maybe did just sit on things and watch them, deteriorate in value. So I think it was a good lesson, and I think you should take that into consideration when buying shares, having that plan of, okay, I plan on holding this for X amount of time. So selling covered calls a month out, or selling, bi-weeklies or weeklies isn't going to hurt me. I can collect a little bit of a premium, and you can do it two different ways. You can do it with the expectations of, okay, I bought a stock at $1. Let's just say, or I bought a stock at $5, hypothetically. I'm going to sell a $6 call for a dollar premium. And then if it gets picked up, I made $1 plus I got the dollar premium. I now made 20%. Or you can play it, I'm going to sell this out of the money. There's no chance, most likely, that it's going to get exercised. I'm going to collect my smaller premium and carry on. Those shares are making you money while they can lose you money in your portfolio. So a lot of good stuff there, and that's we can go into that deeper another time, but appreciate you bringing that opinion, bullfrogging, because I'm very guilty, bullfrogging, of when explaining something, kind of forgetting to see something like that. You know what I mean? Explaining the upside of playing calls against shares without remembering to kind of put that other upside into it. So appreciate you pointing that out. And now back to you, Enzo.
I was just looking at the overall market right here. SPY's posting up, looking good for. It's actually gonna be this trend right here. We're gonna get a top somewhere around 377.50, 377.80 maybe. I still think we're just gonna trade sideways until tomorrow.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling, and I think what did we say the early morning ones are? I think there's enough to set the stage for the day in the morning between UPS, General Motors, Coca-Cola, Halliburton, GE, 3M, JetBlue, Valero, and Raytheon. I would say that is plenty to dictate market conditions tomorrow.
Right. No, I'm curious as to why Tesla hasn't followed NIO. I know that it's not the same.
No, but I think that's a valid point because Tesla, production and stuff is so centered around China. I think that's a valid question. I mean, or is it just that it's diversified enough and it's established kind of its relationship with that with that regime? Is it necessarily a bad thing for China or for Tesla? Because it's like I look at Tesla, they've thrived working with the CCP, and now you have that continuation of power, and as Elon gets maybe in a little bit of hot water with the U.S. admin, do we see China as a potential almost safe haven for Tesla?
I didn't think about that. All the money rushing back in when Hong Kong's down to slivers of a penny.
Well, yeah, and you remember Tesla was given certain concessions during lockdown procedures, and I'm not saying it was just going to Tesla because they had factories that people could live in and things like that. It's, I don't know. I mean, still a 5% to the downside. It's still pretty. If you look at the global outreach of Tesla compared to the global outreach of NIO, I guess that would be kind of comparable. With Tesla losing 5%, what's NIO still down? 20%, I guess. I don't know enough about NIO. Like NIO doesn't. Are they selling NIO outside of China?
Good question. I know the pattern. I don't know the things that I can't speak about. But no, I mean, for all intensive purposes, NIO's been completely side by side with Tesla for months, where it'll run and it might have 1 or 2 days off, but then it'll go and line back up. And it's because of the EVs. It's also because of China, but it's just those.
I think what Arctic Fox is saying should play into it too. Tesla lowered prices in China. I mean, that has to tell you something. If they're able to lower those prices, they have to be making up that cost somewhere with some kind of kickback. Arctic Fox, you would have to think. Especially because it's not like Tesla's backlogged with inventory that they need to, it's nothing like that. They sell every vehicle that they make, and they will continue to do that. As far as I see, their expectations at this last earnings call were the exact same. We'll continue to sell every vehicle that we make as we continue to ramp up production. So for them to be able to lower costs at this point, just on that, I think is a lot. But then you take everything else, all the facts into play, Arctic Fox, as far as is the costs going up. We've seen Tesla raise their prices here. They were one of the first ones in America to announce that earlier in the year. And then we've seen GM come out with that kind of out of left field news when they lowered their prices. And then we've seen pretty much the rest of the EV field follow with price hikes, Rivian and such. So it has to be a little bit suspect, them lowering prices in China, I would say.
I mean, all that tells me is that somebody's getting a deal for some reason.
Yeah, that's another great point too, Birdie Hunter. How about that Tesla investment in Germany with those energy prices and inflation? Yeah, but at the same time, Birdie, with that movement, even if it's artificial, will people because of kind of Germany's stance on energy and stuff like that, will people, I don't want to say be forced into electric vehicles or anything like that, but do you see the persuasion, even if the end result isn't a cheaper fuel, because, you know, obviously electricity would go up the more people using it, all that stuff, but do you see that being successful there, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes and no. If it works, well then yeah, it works. But if it doesn't, that's going to be a huge loss.
I'll take that as a no then, Birdie. I'll take that as a you don't see it quite going the way that they plan. Arctic Fox, you know, I really I did a real deep dive into Toyota probably last year around this time, and I was really gung-ho on them. I really expected more out of them this year. I had read a lot of research that after the Fukujima, was that what after that disaster over there, that Toyota had positioned themselves pre-pandemic to have supply chain issues sewed up, to basically they solved the problems that the pandemic would have hindered them with earlier because of a different situation. So not like they had forethought of it or anything like that. They just attacked supply chain issues, things like that before it happened, but then it never really came to fruition. They got hit hard by some lockdown situations. Obviously, that was kind of an unforeseen thing. That wasn't something that really they could combat one way or another. But yeah, they were a little bit of a disappointment to me. And it is 11:49, guys. 11 minutes till lunchtime.
Did you hear that we have a new Patreon?
Do we?
Yeah.
I did not see that. I'm off my game.
Maybe just a smidge. But you're looking good.
Well, now I gotta look.
Well, the link is in the description below. Otherwise, go and say.
Oh, I seen that. I already sent him a how you do. That's my boy.
Oh no, I was just talking. People have a Patreon.
Stop walking outside and talking.
Some people don't know that we have a Patreon.
Oh, yes, we do. The link is in the description.
But is it?
Oh, I don't know.
No, it is not.
I thought it was.
It was not.
Oh, okay. People in Germany like and are allowed to drive 200 kilometers per hour. That would last about 100 kilometers on a regular Tesla battery charge. You know, I never even considered that, Birdie. You know, having the Autobahn and all that. The little that I do know about driving over there was that you can drive fast. So that's something not taken into consideration when talking about vehicle, you know, battery life and things like that. Some people got the need for speed, Birdie. And you think they'll choose Volkswagen, BMW, or Mercedes? Well, that would make sense. And how big was the investment, Birdie? Now, I remember this happening, and if it was any other company, I would be able to pull it up quickly. But Tesla news it tends to get buried because so much revolves around it. But let me see if I can find that. Okay, so this is from March of this year. Tesla Berlin Gigafactory launch hailed as model for investment projects in Germany. Well, that's kind of interesting right there. Birdie, kind of this headline from March. Looking at it in hindsight, of course. Tesla Berlin Gigafactory launch hailed as model for investment projects in Germany. So let's see. So this opened back in March. Tesla has opened its first European e-car production hub with a gigafactory near Germany's capital, Berlin, shaking up the industry and the birthplace of the internal combustion engine. Tesla head Elon Musk handed over the first electric cars produced at the site to clients. Musk had invited top-level government representatives such as Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Economy Minister Robert Habeck to the opening ceremony, who hailed the speed of the factory's planning and construction. With a view to the comparatively short construction time of 2 years, Chancellor Scholz said, "Germany can be fast." That's a great quote. He called the opening an important sign that shows Germany is a strong location for industrial investment. This is how we will succeed in becoming climate neutral and lead the transformation. The future belongs to electromobility. Yeah.
Go on. I'm shorting the market up at the top right here.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's so people in Germany like it. Okay, I already read that, and then they close. Yeah, that's why the timeline, Birdie, is it's very strange going back and looking at that. 3 flying cars are now available. Can't wait for a flying 4x4. It would be great for up there. And I think we see that, Arctic Fox. I think we see flying vehicles as far as utilities before we see any kind of like commercial, Jetsons type stuff. And the market trying to rip a little bit here before lunch? We're at 11:56. We got the Dow up 1.25%, S&P up 1% flat, and the Nasdaq up 1/3%. I would think so, Lobo. I would think so.
Spy's getting rejected again on an hour chart up at the 377 area. It has the ability to stay under 378.21. And what it looks like to me is they're going to go and drop this. If it breaks down through support, they're gonna drop this probably to like 272, or excuse me, 372.80. And I could see them doing that tomorrow. Like, I mean, not even tomorrow. They could get there, honestly, today, like I said.
Okay.
But I would be looking for what you can go and grab downside to,
I just grabbed a 368 put for Wednesday.
Beautiful. 368.
368, yeah. For $72.
It's not that bad.
Arctic Fox, back to reality. Going to pound nails at 27 degrees. Oh, already getting cold there, brother. Have a great day. Stay warm. And again, Arctic Fox, thank you as always for being here, my friend. Means the world to us. Really, really appreciate it. So you have a great day. And like I said, keep warm. Fun. Yeah, the Spies living the dream today. A lot of things seem to be. Memes are getting beat down, but the Spies living that dream. And Trader Lunch coming up in just about a minute here, guys.
I would like to go and bring something to everybody's attention. Go look at the pattern that you see on a 1 minute, the 1 minute candles, or the 1 minute chart. There's a cup and handle here, and it's that extremely abrasive.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
On the SPY.
Okay.
You look at that double bottom. They're gonna try to hold this over 361.99, but that's where its support is, if not 363. But look at what happened from probably the 11th or the 12th all the way until 14th, 15th, the end of the day on the 14th. We literally run up. We come out of the market, we go down a little bit, then we run up, what, $12? And then as soon as we run the $12, we just hang out there and let everybody's calls burn. It looks very reminiscent to the day of October 13th.
October 13th.
And that looks like the same kind of spike down, retrace up to the top that you see in that little amount of area, that probably 5 or 6 days. See the 3 steps down, and then the one big pop right over the first initial step, and then it holding, and then it fall through. So tomorrow you'll probably get great earnings, but Kim Jong-un wants to go and take a firing, go to the firing range. You know what I'm saying? Like something really small, something really stupid that has nothing to do with anything, but it's gonna be something very little like that.
Here we go. Come on down. Dun, 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 dun,
Dun dun dun
dun.
dun. I am going to go into the Discord. I'm gonna make a few phone calls, and I'm gonna hop in the Discord if anybody wants to join me.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna go let the dogs out and then be in there. And then, guys, you know the deal. We'll be back at 3 for Power Hour, but we'll be hanging out in the Discord until then. So feel free to jump in there and give us a holler.
Also, please make sure you're still watching the stream because we still need to hit those 4,000 hours. So keep your streams on. We're very, very close to the 4,000 hours, and we're looking forward to that. So if you could, that would really help us out. I think the usual is to like and subscribe. No?
Yeah, smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, ding that notification bell, tell a friend, share this on your social media, guys. It really helps us, and we really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm a trisexual. I'll do anything once.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. I'll be in the Discord.
Yeah, I'll be in the Discord in a few minutes, guys, and awesome. Talk to you soon.
Sir.
What's up, guys? It's Power Hour. We ready to go to the moon or what? It's a perfect day for it. Ooh, ooh. Let's go. Market still cooking. Been cooking all day, going right into these earnings. I like it. I like it. We got the Dow up 1.6%. We got the S&P up 1.4%. And we got the NASDAQ up 0.93%. So let's get off to the start that we wanted, guys. This was the week that we wanted. This is a big week. Earnings. Getting into some moon dancing. Things like that. Mullen was back over that 50-cent mark last I checked. And Mullen at 50.7 cents, doing its thing. Apple announced price increases across its various services, including Apple TV Plus, Apple Music, and the Apple One bundle. First ever hike in U.S. market. Did they also up the cost of the iPhone $100? I think I seen that. You would, Grumpy. You would. You would. You're trying to say if they sent me to space, I couldn't do this? I'm disappointed in you, Grumpy. Disappointed in you. You get one of these. No, I just... And back. See, Grumpy? Caesar C, what's up, brother? So, I seen some talk earlier. Nobody wants to be short going into these earnings. So there's a thought that a lot of shorts are covering today. Going into tomorrow, and again tomorrow morning, we started off with UPS, General Motors, Coca-Cola, Halliburton, General Electric, 3M, Valero, JetBlue, as well as Raytheon. Something like that. Actually, you know, that's where you have to refocculate it. You can plug it into the Marshall formula, Grumpy. That would give you a more accurate detail of what that gas is. All right, we got 56 minutes, guys. We got Microsoft up over 2%. Google, both Googles up 1.2%. Amazon up 0.6%. Tesla, after falling down, we were down almost 5% on Tesla, 210.46. Tesla down only 1.86% now. What else we got? Meta up 0.5%, 130.67. Nvidia, another one that was taking a bath earlier, now up 1.5%, 126.52. Pepsi up 177.90, up almost 3%. What else? Costco up 4%. Apple up 2%, 150. So people like that. People like that Apple's raising the prices. Shareholders do anyways, maybe not consumers. So the iPhone 14 Pro models to receive a $100 price increase. 3 of the 4 new iPhone 14 models will be priced higher than their predecessors. Tiny. You know, it was in the 30s last week. Why did it have to go and get into the 70s on Halloween week? It's lonely out in space. It's also hot. Also hot. Let's check out that heat map for one quick second and look at that CO green. A little bit of CO green. And across the heat map, you got Tech, green across the board. Semiconductors came back with just ADI in the red. Communications, we got Google, like I said, back up over 1%. Netflix still down a little bit. And in consumer cyclical, Tesla, Starbucks, not much else. Consumer defensive, Walmart up, Kohl's up, Costco up, Pepsi up. Even financial, the credit services and the banks all came back, with PayPal the only lagger down there. Healthcare green across the board. Industrials green across the board. Real estate still holding on to some of that red. And energy and utilities and basic materials mostly green. No worries on Mullen Martin. I like it. Day traders have rode it up 3 times to bounce on the 49 cents. And currently holding strong above that 50 cents. Hey, if we close at 50 cents today, Martin, I consider that a victory. 34%, 33.5% right now we're up. I like it. Yeah, I don't know where that OTC bot is. I don't know if him and Enzo had a late lunch together. We'll get to the bottom of it, though. Alright, what else we got moving? PCVX. Vaxcyte Inc. And that's up 65%. Company announced positive top-line results for the Phase 1/2 clinical proof of concept study evaluating the safety, tolerability, and immunogenicity of VAX-24 healthcare triangle of VAX-24. Sorry. And then HCT is another one, healthcare triangle, up 60 cents. Does not give me any news on that. I can see that. I can see 52 after hours. And 51.43. Edible Garden. Ticker symbol EDBL. Another one up 33.5%. That's trading at 68.2 cents on Edible Garden. And not seeing any new news. They had news 3 days ago when Edible Garden launched new greenhouse grown salad kits. Okay. Greenhouse grown salad kits. Mott's, one our good friend Arctic Fox Alaska was in on. That is holding some of the gains. 209 up 30% on MOTS. And the market's holding. The market's holding. I expected a little bit of a pullback here in the close. Doesn't seem to be happening. All 3 indexes up over 1%. NASDAQ up 1% flat. S&P up 1.43. And the Dow Jones up 1.56%. Crazy day, and I think it's going to get crazier this week. I think really the only number we got to worry about is, why am I getting so much glare here? Put this down, might be better. So I think the only thing we really have to worry about is those GDP numbers, and again, I think those should come in at least in the positive. I think if it does come in the negative, we got some worries because they can't spin that into we're not in a recession. So we had that with the last GDP numbers where they kind of moved the goalpost on the definition of a recession. Historically, we had had basically 2 negative GDP quarters in a row equals a recession. It's been historically proven. We moved the goalpost. So now if we go into 3 quarters of negative GDP, it'll still be blamed on Putin. No doubt about it. The UK could probably get some blame if that's the case. The strength of the US dollar. Who knows how they're going to spin it. Now, those numbers come out Thursday. I don't expect those numbers to have any kind of impact on what the Fed does. But I do expect those numbers to possibly impact the midterm elections. If the polls that CNBC were talking about this morning, with people more interested in inflation, stuff like that, not so worried about some of the social concerns. So, and don't forget, those numbers are very manipulatable as far as where it's going. When it comes to GDP, I have to imagine the military-industrial complex is a big part of that. So possibly that could point to good numbers. Lots of big dips on good stocks: LiDAR, Ribbit, Centro, Heartbeat, Finger, Cybin, APDN. Stanley gets one of these too, Pauline. Now I just float. All right, 45 minutes left in this first Monday, not the last Monday of the month, almost. Cooler, KULR, another one on the move today, up 25%, 187. And look at the trend that we've seen the last couple weeks. Now take PCVX out of it. That's a little bit higher price, $33.97. But if you look at this top gainers list, and I'll bring it up here. 1 second. So you look at that top gainer list, kind of the same thing we've seen lately. Really low cost stocks outside of Vaxite. That's $33.96. Then you got AGTC trading at 38.13 cents. Mullen at 50.9 cents. Edible Center at 68.2 cents. MOTS up at $2.10. CYCN at 47.9 cents. Cooler at $1.86. And Beyond Canasoft, BCAN at $2.95. So a lot of really low price stocks pushing up the top gainers list lately. It's pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm trying. I got AMC right down here. As soon as we make contact, I got it with us. You tell Stanley not to worry his pretty face. MIA's got this under control. Good old Stanley. Good old Stanley. Just for that, I gotta put the shades back on. It's bright up here in space. Alright. And still flat. Upward just a little bit. We'll get that. That's for the private video, Tiny. We'll get some Daft Punk. We'll get, yeah, the helmet shield. Once it goes up, I gotta put it up a little bit high. If I put it here, it just... So, you do what you could do. I had about 3.5 minutes to throw this on. Part of me was gonna wear it with the boy, but it's too hot outside for all that right now. I would have really looked like a weirdo up at school with it 70-something degrees out. All right, what do we got? 3:18, 42 minutes left. Let's take another look at this heat map so that I can wipe the sweat from my face. And again, no real changes. Tesla, the biggest lagger as far as the big boys out there. And everything else just a sea of green. Is this a setup for these earnings? Is this a prelude for these earnings? What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is indicative of what to expect the rest of the week as we go into these earnings, or do you guys think that this is just a one-off? Very tough to tell right now. But across the mainstream media, really playing off the fact of what we talked about earlier. They're really playing off the fact of these earnings being so tapered down that they almost can't help but be good. So again, this is their words, not mine. But I am starting to think maybe this is a prelude. NASA did invent duct tape. They did invent duct tape, and I give them a lot of credit. They managed to use the same thermonuclear technology used in the real suits to sell novelty ones to fellas like me. Because I'm pretty sure I could survive the Van Allen belt in this puppy. It locks the heat right in. So give me a second to cool off here. And the SPY trying to push up those new daily highs, 380. I believe that's the high, 380.09 on the SPY. Twitter making a bit of a move as well today. Twitter up at 51.50, up 3.25%. Earnings today on Twitter, or did they already come out? Let me see. So Webull has Twitter's earnings as today, and I'm not sure if they got canceled because of what's going on. So give me a second, guys, to look for that. usually Webull is pretty good. A lot of times they'll miss earnings. Like, they won't be on there, but they don't often publicate that those earnings are coming unless they really are. Well, hopefully we don't have to find out, Pauline. Hopefully we don't have to find out. According to the PSA that I seen, all you got to do is be a hot chick and go inside your multi-million-dollar apartment in New York City and don't go near the windows if you want to survive a nuclear attack. That's what I was led to believe from that commercial, so I'm just going to go with it. The way I see it is there's no need to worry about that stuff. If it happens, not much we can do about it, so. And still not able to, I'm not seeing anything on Twitter's earnings. See, once you land, you can take the helmet off. You can put this it also protect you from nuclear radiation. And then if the brightness starts to kick in, you just do the and you're good to go. Van Allen. So yeah, I'm not seeing Twitter's earnings again. It does have it listed as today and projected to come in at about one and a quarter pennies per share. Nonetheless, Twitter is up at 51.59, 3.5% gains on Twitter. AMC down 1.5%, 638 on AMC. We got Ape at 252, down 5.36%, and GameStop rounding out those three at 24.89, down 1.6%. So you're not finding anything about Twitter either. Yeah, it's very strange because, like I said, it's Webull is usually pretty accurate on ones that they have. Sometimes they won't include some, and then also with those, so Junk Savvy, those are all banking plays there. You got Zions Bank Corporation, Discover, Logitech, Aaron's. That's one I'm actually interested in. And I'll tell you why. With credit harder to get, with credit at higher rates, will a place like Aaron's thrive in something like this? You know, it's I know it's often looked down upon. I know people always say, well, you're an idiot if you buy something from Aaron's or Rent-A-Center, you end up paying 10 times the price. A lot of people don't have that access to credit. You know, it's a laughable situation until you're in it yourself. And if any of you guys have ever had your back against the wall and needed an appliance, and that's another reason why I look at this with apartments, with houses not coming appliance ready as they have kind of in the past. You're whether a new homeowner, which we're not seeing a lot of right now, but we are seeing new renters, right? People are constantly moving, people especially especially where in this climate where a lot of people's rent got jacked up. A lot of people had to relocate, you know, whether they had to downsize, whatever the case was. I don't know. And I don't even know what numbers we would look at, Junk Savvy, on something like Aaron's. I guess, would you call it repos in that? You know, people that stop paying, get the item repossessed, because for the bottom line, that's probably good. As crappy as that is to say. But for instance, Aaron's has a TV, say Aaron's purchased the TV for $1,000, basically rents it to somebody for, say, 6 months. They make payments on it, probably pay the whole thing off as far as the interest and the charges. They lose their job, they can't make payments. Aaron's reclaims it, already has it paid for, now pushes it on to the next person. So, just a thought. Just a thought. And then when it comes to banks, it hasn't really seemed to matter. There was a few outliers in the bank earnings that didn't quite go as planned, but for the most part, we did good last quarter. Future's not looking good. Let's not worry about that. And then later at the end of the week, ExxonMobil and Chevron. Now we had, I believe, Exxon and Chevron both close to all-time highs today. So looking for them to report record profits. Now it's a Friday. Typically Friday morning earnings aren't maybe as impactful as earlier in the week, but I think those two will be big. And then I'm looking for scrutiny. I'm looking for those words. I'm looking for the headlines of oil companies record record profits while Americans suffer at the pump. So look for that. Look for some of the blame to be put on companies like ExxonMobil. What else? Excuse me. Discover today. Discover that's after the bell as well. That should give us a little bit of inkling on into Visa and MasterCard. We already had American Express, whose earnings top numbers, but did not. We didn't see any of that in the share price. We seen a decline that day in American Express when they reported earnings. Snapchat, another one. A little bit of a recovery today. Snap up at 842, 8.5% gains. Mullen, as we close out, a half hour left. Mullen closing in on that 500 million trades. 450, make that 460 million trades as we speak on Mullen. Beyond Canasoft, BYND. Yeah, the pre-market should be interesting tomorrow. Banks, and more banks. Well, you got banks. You've got like I said, the banks. I'm not so worried about because it seemed like they laid the groundwork last week and the week before. Really 2 weeks ago. We just caught the tail end of them last week. To me, I got that feeling of we're not worried about this. And then looking at, some of the other ones, Raytheon and Halliburton, you have to think, you have to like those. I did a lot of research over the weekend on what kind of changes the midterms could bring. And it's not because I'm political or anything like that. And the general consensus seems to be this. If the Democrats are to win and keep the House, keep the Senate, which we don't typically see in midterms, and I was kind of blown away by that, of how often the sitting administration loses, and of how not only how often, what big numbers they lose. Which all lends into my grand scheme of the overall thing, is that they're both trash, and it just shows that historically 2 years into a presidency, we say this party isn't doing good, let's vote for that party. How has it worked out? It hasn't. So what's going to happen? If the Democrats are to win and keep the House, keep the Senate, I think we see more what some might call reckless spending. We might see more stimulus, more attacks on energy, things like that. I'm not saying it's doom and gloom, but we can expect more of the same in the sense of spending. Now, Republicans win, it doesn't mean that it's just going to be the opposite. And what is going to happen if the Republicans win? Well, we'll be tied up for the next 2 years with not a whole lot happening. It'll be a logjam situation. Fiscal conservatives might like that because a lot of stuff will get tied up. There's always a downside to that. One of the big battles will be the debt ceiling increase. If we get to that point where Congress is kind of at odds with the president, we can see a stalemate there. And quite frankly, from everything that I've seen, it doesn't seem like they have any kind of what will happen if that debt ceiling's not raised. So we have that fight. So getting what I've seen across the board. Now, obviously, if Republicans take control of the House and the Senate, one or the other, it could mean a little bit of easing on the energy, kind of the fight on energy, I guess you would call it. But you'll still have the presidential veto to deal with, things like that. So you have to look at nonpartisan issues. You have to look at things that aren't being talked about, things that both sides agree on. And I think we're going to see two of those in action tomorrow morning in the form of Raytheon and Halliburton. And they are not the only game in town. And again, I combed over probably through 50 different analysts giving their take. And what was nice is they weren't people that were saying, well, I want the Democrats to win because of this, or I want the Republicans. Nope, they were just analyzing both situations of where they seen the economy and certain things in the economy going. And the consensus was, you believe it or not, you guys are never going to believe the number one thing that remains constant throughout our spending. One of the things that whether the president is left, right, center, diagonal, or any other side that you can find, one bill that's going to get paid is the military-industrial complex. And with what's going on in there, I talked to Birdie Hunter and Germ Corp a little bit about this yesterday because it's a little bit worrisome to me, and I'm a little bit more of an American head, where I see the way that numbers are put in, and they're pushing this number out about how much China has invested in their military over the last 20 years compared to us. And they're using this figure that makes it look like, wow, U.S. isn't investing anything. China could destroy them. What's going on here, guys? So look for big increases in the defense budget next year. Obviously, I don't need to tell you guys what it's all about, but not just what's going on here. The tensions with China, the cybersecurity. Again, these are what the experts are saying, guys. I'm not saying that they're 1,000% correct, but it's I think it's pretty safe to say that will be a nonpartisan issue. And if you're looking to put money somewhere, that obviously if you put money into anything, there's a risk involved. But if you're looking to put something into somewhere that will be safe, kind of regardless of the direction that we go the next 2 years, that may be a place to look. See, sometimes that's when I'm most conservative, Caesar. Actually, I'm fiscally conservative unless it comes to spending on the boy. Then it's like, okay, so he wants a John Travolta skin in Fortnite. It is $7, but come on. When will I be able to buy my son a rhinestone cowboy in a digital world? So, sometimes you gotta bend. And then I think also, guys, after we're through tomorrow, I think there'll be a little bit of a sigh of relief. If Alphabet comes in good on their earnings, Microsoft, not too worried about. Coca-Cola, like we said, Coca-Cola, you got to plan on Pepsi, getting some sympathy off them. Very similar companies, kind of run hand in hand. And where is Pepsi? Pepsi up 2.5% today. Gotta like how that looks. Meta holding those 0.5% gains. And Meta's earnings are another one. And I haven't dug into those, so I apologize. But according to mainstream media, Meta's earnings got really pushed down as far as the expectations. So I would look for them to beat. Saucy Fredo, I know you're kind of playing into that. I know it's not a typical earnings play. I know you're not getting in just for the run up or anything like that. But definitely something to keep our eye on. Borks, BRQS, Borks Technology. Okay, we get a little push here to end the day on Borks. Up now, it's 72.85 cents. Make it 73, up about 2%. Lucid down at 12.75. Neo. So Neo, a bit of a recovery from where it was. It's going back down to lows now, but we hit, what was the low? 838, I believe. Yeah, so 838 was the low on Neo today. Man, some really interesting stuff out of China. So they're, somebody help me out. I forget the name of their index. Kind of similar to what would be our NASDAQ or our S&P. Was down, I believe, 11%. The levels though were from 2006. So they had a guest on, I'm not sure, it might have been on Fox Business. They had a guest on who's finding a lot of value in some China plays, and here's the reason why. China ranks number 3 in the world for youth unemployment. So obviously not, well, this is a slippery slope. I backed myself into a corner here. I'm not sure what they gauge that on. Let me be clear on the ages of, it's not child labor, but young adults. So they rank number 3 in the world behind Italy and India as far as unemployment rates. So this gentleman had a whole list of stocks that are included. He wasn't playing the individual stocks. He was playing these few indexes that may be it, Junk Savvy. That would make sense. I think it's like the iShare, like the iShare ETF over there. Sorry, I probably should have paid a little bit more attention, but he caught me off because he used unemployment rate as a sign of growth. So, for example, what he was saying was these indexes include growth companies that would be targeting younger people employment, so not so much permanent jobs, and looking to target not higher educated people. So, bringing jobs to undergrads, to people like that. Again, I don't know. I have to look a little bit more into it, but I like that they were playing off that unemployment number. I think we'll probably continue to see that here with unemployment among the younger generation. I think what's propping it. I don't think it was any. I think it was. I'm not sure if it was any of the indexes or if it was, because they throw you off, Junk Savvy. Actually, it was CNBC. Now that I know it, because as the guy's talking about the index, they weren't visually. They were visually cycling through different indexes in China, so I'm not sure exactly which one they were talking about. But their big play on it was, you're back to 2006 levels before, it's... I don't know. I don't know who benefits from this. I don't know Chinese, the reaction to this 5 more years. Obviously, there are some concerns. But you have to look at it for companies that have operated and had a good relationship. Now, that's another thing that they're pulling back on. And I don't know if this is coming right out of China or if this is just coming out of the mainstream mouthpieces. Saying that China overplayed its hand on a global scale and that they have reached out to the U.S. looking for a little less pressure and kind of some of the trade restrictions and things like that. CNBC, obviously they like to prop Biden up, so their take on it was, well, we just don't know at this point if Joe Biden will bend to him because this administration's been so tough on China. And it's like, really? So a lot of things to consider out of China. I don't think we've heard the last from over there. I think we may see a little bit of a lull, though. Now that we know this administration's going to be in power for another 5 years. Not that there was really much of a question, but at the same time, you would think that maybe they can start rebuilding over there. Maybe they can get down to business. But when you see an ex-leader dragged out of I guess court, whatever you want to call that he was in, that doesn't bode too well. Market's giving a little bit back here with about 15 minutes to go, guys. The Dow is still holding 1.4% gains, S&P holding 1.27%, and the NASDAQ still up 0.92%. With the SPY right up near that, actually $1 under that high. So we hit the high. We did get through the 380 level on the SPY for a brief moment, 380.06, and then pushed right down. Those TQQs, Saucy Fredo, if you're out there, if you picked those up this morning, you're loving life. Those are up almost 4%, more from the level you were looking at. $3M earnings too. Those might be a little bit interesting. We may get new news on that breakup. So 3M splitting off into 3 separate companies, and a part of that, a lot of lawsuits against 3M. I believe that is involving the Navy or the Army. in regards to, I think those were earplugs that they provided that turned out to be faulty. I believe that was the case with 3M, and it looks like they'll restructure, and probably one of the three that they split off to will bear the brunt of that lawsuit, I would have to imagine. General Motors, another one that I'm interested to see their projections going into next year, what they got up their sleeve. So I know I'll be up bright and early trying to cover these. We'll have the stream up early. As they come in, I may jump on in the morning and kind of update you guys on these earnings, especially if they go one way or another, where they either go, where they either come in really better than expected or worse than expected, if there's going to be some serious market implications. Well, it is Sober October, Martin, so SOBR gotta look good. And that is Sober Safe Inc. up 20%, 386. Okay, so this company is exactly what you would think it is, huh? Sober Safe is focused on the development and commercialization of alcohol detection devices through its Sober Safe technology. The company has developed SOBRS, or SOBR Safe. I'm not sure what the SOBR stands for, but the way that it's worded. A platform for non-invasive alcohol detection and identity verification, a solution that has applications in commercial vehicle fleets, manufacturing and warehousing, construction, and for commercial fleet and youth drivers in a wearable form. You might have seen this featured in the hit film 1984, and yeah, I like it, Martin, but it's another one of these things that scares the hell out of me. It's it's breathalyzers on cars, the next step up, which, if you're somebody that's been in trouble with the law, I'm all for those. So I'm somebody, I get busted drinking and driving a couple times, the judge orders me to get a breathalyzer installed in my car. That's understandable. But this could lead to one of those situations where people are punished preemptively. So maybe you don't have a history, but maybe Martin, because you're a certain age, between certain hours, you can't drive your car unless you take that breathalyzer. Now, I know, Martin, you don't like to drink, but we're doing it for the better good, for the greater good. You can save people, Martin, by giving away your freedoms and blowing into this Sober app every time you get behind a car. But don't worry, if you drive, 2 months straight with no alcohol in your system, we'll give you 3% off your insurance. So let's just wrap it up with a bow and move right into 1984 altogether. But either way, up 20%, 382 for SOBR. And hey, don't get that twisted. I'm all for safety. I'm all for, just like seatbelts save lives, something like this might save lives. But I think you got to find a median of saving lives and taking away personal privacy. And again, if somebody's at risk, something like that, somebody's known to do something, I'm all for that. But it's another one of those instances of it's not so much what this does, where does this go? Hellbiz making a move. HLBZ. Make that 16% now, Junk Savvy. 31.82 cents on HLBZ. Strong, swift dose of democracy. No, but I should know that because I did read a story about what we were going to be doing down there. Give me a second, Caesar. In all seriousness, I do remember that being a talking point. Oh, well, there you go. The UN wants to send peacekeepers. So the U.S. and Mexico proposed to the United Nations Security Council that we send peacekeepers. I'm not seeing anything from today, Caesar, but then again, I'm using Google. Well, I mean, we occupied it for 20 years before. I guess it's time that they need some. Let's get it, Martin. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know the UN was advocating for it, but the last I heard, and again, Caesar, this was over the weekend, was that it was that we weren't going to see U.S. troops. But apparently that could change on a dime. Yeah, I think it'll keep some of that momentum. I think you're right, Martin. I would like to see. Can we get 26 million more trades, Martin, in the next 7 minutes? I would love to see that $500 million mark. Nonetheless, a great day for Mullen. 474 million trades we're at right now. And you gotta like that news. Again, and I know, Martin, I know you're not really interested in all that. I know what you're in it for, brother. So just disregard. But again, my only worry, I guess, with Mullen is too big, too quick, too fast. But hey, you look at a company like Amazon. People were saying the exact same thing to Bezos. Hey, Bezos, slow it down a little bit. You know what I mean? You're not. And Bezos was, nope, I don't care about making money. I want to expand. Either you're with me or you're against me. Let's grow this thing. Let's grow. And look at how it paid off. We can sit here and we can disrespect Bezos. He looks like a part of the male anatomy, things like that. I get it. But as far as that guy's drive and what he did, what he brought Amazon, what he made it to, sure. When you get to that stature, same thing with, I won't say that Zuckerberg put in the work or had the ambition that Bezos did, but I would say the similarities of once a company gets to a certain level, regardless of, and I'm not saying Bezos or Zuckerberg's intentions were or weren't good, but I think when you get a company to the level of either of them, having a grip on it as an individual person, I think kind of goes out the window. Which is what we were talking about earlier. Does anybody have that kind of power in Meta? The chatter on the Meta board is this guy's out of control as far as Zuckerberg with his spending in the metaverse. And how will it pay off? That's a great point. And, I think a lot of people don't know that a stock can run a lot easier in the after hours, in the pre-market, on much lower volume. So great point, Martin. Oh, well, in that case, Junk Savvy, normally so did those troops come with bags of cash? Because usually when a foreign leader requests our support, we just... Here's billions. Am I behind the ball? Do I gotta change my profile picture to Haiti now? Is that who we're supporting? Man, I can't keep track of these things. Yeah. And you know what? My Zelensky backdrop should be here any day now. So boy, is my face gonna be red when I'm out of touch. Here I am rocking Zelensky and... Let me see. Let me take a look at the 5 minute. Yeah, Martin, looking at the 5 minute on Mullen, I'm reminded of Super Mario Brothers 1. Because it looks like that flag, Martin. It looks like Mario about to just jump right up there and slide right down. So let's see if it carries over into the after hours. We got about 3 minutes, guys. Be sure, obviously, if you have any calls expiring, anything like that, I'm sure you already took care of those. But keep an eye on it. I am. You know, I'm just putting the blanket I support the current thing up on my as my profile picture. This way I blanketly cover anything. And I'll tell you what, give me a second, guys, because and we'll see if that gets picked up. Alright, so I just bought a out of the money SPY call, expiration on Wednesday, just in case we get a big earnings bump tomorrow, and then I just hedge that with a SPY put for Thursday. So just like the painting in Goodfellas, one dog goes one way, one dog goes the other way, and this guy says, hey, what do you want out of me? Hellbiz shooting up there. A Hellbiz still on the move. 23% gain. So up another 10%, Junk Savvy, since you mentioned Hellbiz. And that looks like that may also run right into the after hours. 24% gains. 34.01 on Hellbiz. And we are under a minute, guys. We made it through another day. Wow. What the heck is going on with Hellbiz? Very, very strange price action there on Hellbiz. Holy guacamole. And literally, let me see. So I had about on that last minute chart, or on this last minute candle, we have about 700,000 shares coming in. Or 700,000 trades. So Hellbiz, some mysterious action, getting into the Halloween mood a little bit early. Yes. You're wise to do that, Caesar. It says right here on my patch back here, I support them as well. And there's the bell, guys. Whew. Another day in the books. Another day, another dollar. Hopefully more than just $1. All right. That's a wrap, guys. Another day in the books. We're 2 weeks and 1 day down. Every day is a new accomplishment. Cannot thank you guys enough for being here today. Again, great to see everybody. And tomorrow, again, I'll have the stream up early. Martin, just so you know, in the morning, I'm going to get the stream up. I'll be getting Nikki together, things like that. But Martin, if you got your eye on something, throw it in the chat in the morning. This way I can put it up on a chart for you. You know I got you. Keep you guys covered. But again, I got to get Nikki to school in the morning, so that's why I can't really get on much earlier. But tomorrow, if these earnings start popping stuff off, look for me to jump in. If not, I'll be in the chat at the very least while I get Nikki ready, get breakfast made, all that stuff. And yeah, we'll be live by 9 a.m. ready to go. We'll have all the earnings reviews as well as some earnings previews tomorrow. And yeah, that's the night. I am going to I'm going to work on editing our kind of, I wouldn't call it an interview, our conversation from yesterday. Myself, Enzo, Birdie Hunter, and Germ Corp. Absolutely amazing. And hopefully, even after this one gets put out, hopefully I can get those guys involved a little bit more. Birdie, you know him, you love him. We've talked to Birdie. Germ Corp, though, absolutely amazing. Not that Birdie isn't. Obviously, you guys know I love Birdie. I'm spoiled with Birdie. I've talked to him so many times. Germ Corp, though, I can't wait for you guys to kind of get his past, his involvement in the stock market. I was blown away. You talk about an international man of wonder. He's right up there with Daniel Molinare, right up there with Birdie. His expertise and all of that. What a friggin' great guy. Just what a pleasant human being. I'll tell you what, if you guys have been here, I've always had a very soft spot for Germ Corp. He comes in with his son Grant, which you guys know is a big deal to me. And then really hearing kind of the backstory of what brought him back into the market. It's just really cool. I don't want to spoil too much. We're going to get that out to you guys as soon as possible, but I want it to be right. So look for that coming soon. That's right. That's right. Let's get to that. Let's get to that 60 tomorrow, Martin. I love it, baby. I love it. Pauline, I will try not to. I know I got to be here in one piece tomorrow, so that's gonna keep me all right. You and Stanley have a great night, and make sure to give him my love. All right, everybody, enjoy yourselves. You know, do what makes you happy. Get out there if you have some nice weather like me. Enjoy it. Hug a puppy. Kiss a loved one. Do all that stuff. And then I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, guys. Much love.